There's great excitement in the hall, but can I ask everyone to start to take their seats, please? You can't hear. I wonder if it's, I can hear there. Is it coming through? Can you hear? Okay, great. Okay, good evening everyone. I can see the energy in the room and it really is an auspicious occasion. I must say, my name is Lance Kraling. I'm the Director for Enterprise and Investment at the City of Cape Town. And it is my absolute honor to be your Program Director for tonight. But I will know that I'm doing my job well if I speak very, very little, because there's a lot of speeches tonight and I'm not the one to share all the content. I think we've got a very esteemed lineup of speakers. I just want to say that it really is a huge honor for the City of Cape Town to firstly host the Minister of Small Business Development here, so you are very welcome. I know last time I saw you, I think was in Parliament, so you're really welcome to be here. So what we also have at this event tonight is, in fact, we have all three spheres of government. So we have the MEC, Mr. Manier, and we have Alderman Forst representing the city. He's the MACO member, and I'll call him up shortly. But we also have top corporate leaders here as well. We also have CEOs of the DFIs. So those who are looking for money, go find them. They will be able to help you. And I just want to say that also, you know, in Cape Town, we have a very strong entrepreneurial spirit. In fact, it is so strong that I was given a bottle of olive oil as I came here by somebody who's looking for a supplier. So that just shows you how hungry we are for business in Cape Town. So I think this will be a great event. This really is, as I said, all three spheres of government, corporate entities, DFIs, everyone here. So I think this is going to be a fantastic event. Hopefully there'll be some good networking as well. Just some housekeeping from my side as well. The toilets are just over to the left, to my left over there, if you do need them. And I do know that those who are observing the fast, I think it has just broken. It's 16 minutes past 6. So we did try to arrange for dinner to be served just at after 6, but unfortunately it's only going to start at 7. But at least you don't have too long to wait. So it will be a working dinner, so you can just pick up from the buffet and come back to your table, so we won't interrupt the program for that. So now I think let's proceed on to the main events tonight, and it is my great honor to in fact invite my political principal and somebody who I've worked with now for I think 4 years, and he really has shown huge passion for this portfolio of economic growth. And I must also say tonight is all about enterprise and supplier development, something that we are passionate about in the City of Cape Town. And so it gives me great honor to invite Alderman Forst to welcome you all here and to give the opening speech. Thank you, Alderman Forst.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a warm welcome to Minister Dlamini Abrams, Deputy Minister Dlamini, MEC Manier, and all other honored guests. It's really great to have our Minister of Small Business Development, Stella Ndabeni Abrams, here with us this evening. I can tell you that we've had a roller coaster day where we've started out in Khayelitsha, visiting the informal sector. From there, we were in Woodstock, opening a new BioCity Tech Lab. So it's been a really busy day, and now we get to network with the important economic game changers in our city and in our province. And so it's really a great pleasure to welcome you all here this evening to our beautiful banqueting hall for this roadshow. And it's indeed a great honor for the City of Cape Town to be part of this important gathering. Now, supporting the growth of South Africa's small businesses is really critical to economic growth and job creation. We see them as the engine room of innovation and opportunities, and it's really our deep desire to do more and to create dignity and accessibility. And so one of the greatest joys of my work as the city's mayoral committee member for economic growth, both in this administration and in the last, as well as when I was a member of parliament all those years ago, is meeting people from all over Cape Town and witnessing how access to meaningful opportunity really gives a sense of worth and pride. Now, the challenge we, and more importantly, our determined small businesses have faced over the last few years have really made stark the work that we must do immediately to set them and our communities and our economy on a better, more prosperous path. Now, here in Cape Town, the city runs several initiatives that support entrepreneurs with skills and information they need to grow their businesses in the 21st century. Now, this includes the city's business hub, a dedicated help desk that offers guidance to startups and existing businesses on processes, legislation, and accelerators, and also connects them with a wide range of organizations such as the Small Enterprise Development Agency, the National Youth Development Agency, and various other departmental development financiers. And then very importantly, which I'm very proud of, 2 years ago when we started this dedicated business help desk, we've assisted more than 6,500 small businesses here in Cape Town. And just over a year ago, the help desk also opened a mobile office which allows them to go into communities and engage entrepreneurs where they live. And this further lessens the burden of cost and time it would take for people to come to us. Now, for this mobile business hub, it's all about connecting small businesses to opportunity and to really to provide business savvy. I think the language we talk must be about making business sense, and so the business savvy becomes very important in terms of the work that we do. And so we offer free online supply development training programs, how to do business with government, costing and pricing, business improvement strategies, corruption and fraud awareness. And we also run an annual smart procurement supplier program, which connects city-registered vendors to clients other than the city. And we have received feedback on several participants securing new opportunities through this initiative. We also have a mentorship program for city vendors in partnership with the Rotary Club and supported by the False-Bay Centre for Entrepreneurship. We also have a cost-sharing agreement with CEDA to assist entrepreneurs to capacitate their businesses through CEDA services such as financial systems, websites, and marketing. We've also launched a LIFT program, which is to support business retention through a pilot data-led business support intervention. And this process will then use the data science capability of the city to identify businesses that are struggling so that they can be engaged to see how we can offer further support. Also, in partnership with our area economic development teams, we offer special training for informal traders that covers matters such as tendering and working with the city, because as a local government, we are committed to provide as much support as possible, and also by working closely and transparently with informal traders in Cape Town. And we've also planned for a capital expenditure pipeline of projects over the next 3 years, which will provide smart, dignified, and accessible, in other words, well-located trading spaces with infrastructure such as Wi-Fi to make life easier for traders and the consumers they interact with. In fact, the idea with this entire bouquet of projects is to invest in and to develop a future supply of industries of today and those that are emerging. And also in the recently tabled City of Cape Town budget for economic growth, I've emphasized the further rollout of these programs alongside our workforce development initiatives such as Jobs Connect and also the Cape Skills and Employment Accelerator, so that businesses have a steady supply of skilled staff to help them maintain and grow their operations. And less than 2 years, these two projects have already engaged with more than 40,000 Cape Townians. And so, ladies and gentlemen, really through these projects, in partnership with our growth coalitions, we are laying a solid foundation for development in industries from boat building to call centers, clothing, technology, and very importantly, the green energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is crunch time. Unemployment is higher than ever, and we all know that with that comes more social ills. And I've seen the creativity and the determination of entrepreneurs all across the city. From our tour guides in Kailicha to the clean energy manufacturers in Atlantis, the restaurant owners in Langa, it is clear that there's a passion for seizing opportunities. It simply needs to be unlocked. And so through these and various other initiatives, we have made some headway in assisting businesses to unlock those opportunities, even in these stormy times. Further, many of these programs are made possible through the full use of national government-owned agencies, such as SEDA and also the South African Renewable Energy Business Incubator. But far too many are still struggling. And we are on a difficult road, and we still have a very long way to go. And so, ladies and gentlemen, through these collaborations, strategy, transparency, hard work, smart work, we can help our small businesses go big and fuel sustainable and inclusive economic growth. And that's the deep desire that the City of Cape Town, with our Provincial Department of Economic Development and also with the support of the National Department of Small Business Development, are demonstrating. That is the passion to perform, so that we can really shake up the economic geography of our communities, so that we can connect small business with big business opportunities, and that we build more businesses from the ground up, so that they can withstand those shocks and those trends that will come in the future. And so I look forward to sharing those ideas and plans with all of you. And obviously this evening being surrounded with a lot of people here with the necessary business savvy. And this is the thing, in government we think we know the answers for business. Instead, we should be networking more with business to understand what are those obstacles to growth and where do those opportunities lie within our communities, so that we can make our cities and our towns places of innovation where people want to live, work and play and invest much more, so that we build more industries from the ground up using our innovation, our technology, and the power of partnerships, like we will see this evening during those panel discussions, when the businesses that are represented here share their ideas, how we can even grow our economy faster, but much more inclusive and more resilient. And so again, thanks very much for joining us here this evening. It's indeed the City of Cape Town's pleasure to host you. I also want to just say thank you to my team in the Department of Enterprise and Investment. By the way, the Program Director, Lance Kreylen, is the Director of the Department, formerly also a Member of Parliament, and I think tonight you are surrounded with many Members of Parliament, former and current. And so don't let the politicians take all the talking time. We want to hear more of you, because that's where the ideas and the plans lie. And so it's really great for the city to be in partnership with all of you and to be host for this roadshow. And again, to the Minister, it's really great to you and to your Deputy Minister for choosing Cape Town and the Western Cape for this roadshow and engaging with us, so that we can explore much more synergies as we unlock those industries that are really ready. It's the incubators, it's the breeding grounds. Those are the places where we need to focus on, and I'm really, really excited about the future of our workforce development, so that we can make more South Africans job ready. And that's where the focus should lie. A lot of people say we should create more jobs, but we also need to start focusing on those workforce development initiatives, so that we prepare people for the future jobs that will emerge in those sectors, because the economy is going to look much different in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Voss, and I see he has outed me as a previous Member of Parliament. I do sometimes jokingly refer to myself as a recovering politician, and part of my treatment program is I have to speak less at public functions, so hopefully I can stick to that tonight. But it gives me a great honor. I must say, I mean, what's very clear from Alderman Voss's speech as well is that what is critical for business to flourish is good ecosystem networks in the Western Cape and in Cape Town. And I think part of the reason why we have such a good ecosystem here is because of the cooperation between the three levels of government and the different government entities. And obviously a pivotal player in this is the provincial government, who we work very, very closely with. So it gives me great honor to now invite MEC Mania, who is the MEC not only for economic opportunities, but also for finance, to come and address. So, Minister Mania.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. It is really with great delight that I have the opportunity to welcome the Minister and, of course, the Deputy Minister here this evening, because we in the Western Cape love hearing from business and, of course, listening to how we can make it easier to do business in the Western Cape. I want to say a special welcome to, can I say this, our lovely National Minister, who few of you would know. We have known each other for many, many years and served a long time ago as young ones on the Defence and Military Veterans Committee, where the National Minister routinely called for to be arrested or fired or both. And I said, just as I came onto the podium, who, if we look back all those years ago, would have imagined that the two of us would be here tonight? But a special welcome to you, National Minister. I really am delighted to join you this evening. So if we look back, President Cyril Ramaphosa said during his State of the Nation address that it is the private sector and indeed small businesses that create jobs, not government. And of course, we completely agree. It's small businesses who take that chance, often against all the odds, to make life better. And by taking that chance, they are ultimately, I think, the backbone and the lifeblood of our economy, not just in the Western Cape, but of course in South Africa, which is why we remain completely committed to backing business, and especially small business here in the Western Cape. To back business in our province, we are focused on accelerating the ease of doing business so that we make it easier to start a business and to expand a business. We are focused on boosting investment and promoting trade and tourism so that we attract more investment, that we boost trade and, of course, scale up opportunities for small businesses. We are supporting businesses, especially small businesses in the formal and informal economy, and we are coordinating, facilitating, and implementing skills development initiatives, and, of course, building energy resilience so that we can beat load shedding in the Western Cape. And we're doing that so that we can drive economic growth, so that we can create jobs, so that we can give hope ultimately to people who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in the Western Cape. We, of course, in our province, like all provinces, have been hit hard by the pandemic. We do face significant challenges and downside risks, but there is hope, and we do see a gradual recovery here in the Western Cape. And so to back business, we have recently launched a 10 million rand municipal ease of doing business fund, which will provide capacity and funding support to municipalities to make it easier for businesses, especially small businesses in the formal and, of course, in the informal sector, to do business in the Western Cape. And in the last financial year, our Ease of Doing Business unit dealt with over 700 red tape cases and maintained an overall resolution rate of about 92%. To back business, we are spending 23.5 million rand this year on enterprise development to support businesses, again, especially small businesses in the formal and informal economy in our province. We are creating an increasing demand for small business products and services, and to support small business, especially in retail in the township economy in the Western Cape. And we've allocated 17 million rand to an SMME booster fund to support interventions by organizations and indeed municipalities that are geared towards supporting small businesses, again, in the formal and informal economy in the Western Cape. And it's through the SMME Booster Fund that we focus both on supplier development and enterprise development programs. Which is why we are so pleased that this roadshow has listened to businesses, but not listened just to the challenges, but also listened to some of the incredible success stories in the Western Cape. And we do have incredible success stories. We have, for example, Globescope Security, where we, through our intervention, managed to secure a 3-year contract with the Fashini Group for the provision of hand sanitizers and dispensers. We've assisted, for example, the Sibanye Office Solutions, a stationery supplier, to develop an e-commerce website which enabled clients to place and pay for stationery orders online. We have many successes, and we've built on what we did to support small businesses during the pandemic, where we distributed, despite the significant fiscal constraints, 38 million rand through our COVID-19 Business Relief Fund, where we supported over 250 small businesses across our province, saving, I think, at least 2,000 jobs during the pandemic here in the Western Cape. At the end of the day, it is the small businesses who take a chance, as I've said, against all the odds to make a better life. And of course, this brings to mind the iconic Apple advert narrated by Steve Jobs, in which he said, "Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in square holes, the ones who see things differently. They are not fond of rules. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. But the only thing you can't do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do." So by working together with all spheres of government, with the private sector and with key agencies to tackle the challenges which are faced by small businesses, we can, I think, unlock the full potential of those crazy ones. And we can unlock the full potential of small businesses so that we can drive economic growth and job creation in the Western Cape. I believe that this environment is ripe, I think, for further innovation and ripe for new ways of thinking, which embraces the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, so that we can together drive economic growth, so that we can create jobs, so that we can give hope to people, especially young people, who do not have jobs or who have given up looking for jobs in the Western Cape. And so looking forward, I am very keen to listen to the business leaders who are here tonight, because it is you, the crazy ones, who I think are the real heroes of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC Mania. And that was obviously meant in the best possible way. You are the crazy one. but I share those sentiments as well. I'm always take my hat off to the business leaders and particularly the entrepreneurs who start something from scratch. It really, really is difficult to do that. And I think it's amazing to see those kind of green roots take root. So it really, really is great to see that. And we do applaud you. So now it gives me great honor to complete the picture around the three spheres of government, to in fact invite the Deputy Minister Dlamini to come up. And last time I, in fact, welcomed Deputy Minister Dlamini was, I think, in February this year. And at that stage, the department was, in fact, handing out tools of the trade and equipment to informal traders. So we really do love having you here, Deputy Minister, and I really am looking forward to your speech. And I think we can call you now a frequent visitor to Cape Town. And obviously, we got something special. So please come up.
Thank you very much, Program Director. And indeed, I'm happy to see you today like I did in February. I want to greet the Minister, Minister Stella Ndabeni Abrahams, the MEs who have spoken here so well to us, and Mr. Force, and the collective of the leadership that is here, the DG of our department, Mr. Mkumane, and the leadership of our assets, SIFA, SIDA. Earlier on, we had the chair of SIDA. But I also want to greet our stakeholders. The MEC defined them in a way that I like, because indeed theirs is to shake the country. You know, also my business are serious people, and their duty is to make things happen in the country. But I also want to acknowledge all the guests that are here. Indeed, today or tonight is very, very critical. The program here is to deal with men's in this dialogue, so that we establish the collaboration between ourselves and the stakeholders. Where I'm sitting right now, I look at them with a great, great, great aspiration. I whispered when we were meeting on the other side and say, "Cha, kunemali la," looking at them. And indeed, we are here to discuss matters that are critical for South Africa. Indeed, SMMEs would not be without the role of big business too. They would not be. I'm sure we argue at some spaces and in other lives and say, I look at them showing and mentioning the macros, the Pick and Pays, the other big entities, the ABSAs, and say, but not without us. Not without us as the people of this country, because they wouldn't survive without the people of this country. Safe as the people of this country wouldn't do without also my business. Ngabe abancane, ngabe abakhulu, ngabe abaphakathi nendawo, including the cooperatives. Very, very critical area of our focus, even for this evening. The focus for today's dialogue is to establish SMMEs opportunities offered by corporates by engaging around enterprise and supplier development. There is a need to better leverage public and private sector. I will repeat that one. There is a need to leverage the relationship between public and private sector. Why? Why in this country together? We need one another. And it is very critical to understand that when you're talking matters of marketing to drive outcomes-based enterprise and supply development, the matters of procurement come to the equation. Matters of procurement, you can talk about the tendering system in the country. The big ones and the smaller ones play into that space. It is going to be very, very critical. To redress the South African historical socio-economic inequalities, legislation has been passed that governs the public and the private sector. The BBBE Empowerment Act is at the center when you talk and you're looking at government, how we need to be moving on. One focus is on enterprise and supplier development, which is linked to a preferential procurement of doing your business. It could be either you want to provide a service or supply goods from local transformed businesses, and requires of us all to assist and accelerate the growth and sustainability of small, medium-sized, Black-owned entities. Enterprise development and supplier development is one of the 3 priority elements of the broad-based Black economic empowerment scorecard aimed at strengthening local procurement, enhancing local supplier development programs, and increasing the financial support towards SMMEs. Private sector funding has grown over the years. However, better collaboration between the public sector and the private sector in terms of alignment is required. That's why I talked of the relationship between these entities of our life. The private sector making it happen, but also ensuring that there is a balance between the big ones and the smaller ones. We're saying with the minister these days, we are a department of small business development. We're not a department of small business. You hear me? Department of Small Business Development, because this also my businesses bakayo, they need to grow. Grow and grow and grow. That is going to be done as we work together, as we collaborate in the work together. We welcome the points that have been made about Cape Town. Indeed, I like Cape Town. I've visited Cape Town many, many times. In my previous life, I've been coming here in Cape Town to do my work. Again, I'm here in Cape Town to do the work that we are doing. Indeed, I want to encourage this gathering. Let us be encouraged and be clear when we're putting our issues. The panel here will be listening, and indeed, they will give us responses in the most proper way. I thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity you have afforded me. Thank you.
Deputy Minister, you're always welcome in Cape Town. Fantastic. Great. It now gives me a great... So you've heard from the political leaders of the three spheres of government, but now it gives me a great honor to also introduce the Director General for the Department of Small Business Development. So, and this is Mr. Nkomani, and I'm going to invite him to come up. I must say, as I said, I'm a recovering politician. I'm now an official, and you are also an official, and maybe we the crazy ones. Shall we? So let me invite you up.
I'm not taller than him. Good evening, Deputy Minister, MEC. I think all protocol observed before I forget to mention other VIPs here. I'm not, yeah, you're correct. I'm always reminded that I must be brief because I'm not paid to speak, I'm paid to do. So I'll be very brief in my remarks. We as a department, we've been doing these roadshows all over the country. We come mostly to listen and respond and adjust our programs as well as our strategies so that we are responsive to the needs of small businesses. As I'm here, Minister is waiting for a report on the provinces that we've already visited because she wants us to be responsive and not just go around the country just to listen and do nothing. As a department, we take enterprise and supplier development seriously. The DM has spoken at length in terms of how we view the enterprise and supplier development in the department. We believe that it's critical that we develop local capacity. We know what happened during COVID, where the country was closed and the countries were prioritizing their own people. So it really opened our eyes that we need to really empower the SMMEs. As a department, we started with the process of establishing specific programs to assist small businesses to have capacity. We know that it's not just about money, but you also have to provide technical skills. There is an intervention which we offer through a CEDA, which assists with the compliance issues, making sure that your product is tested and everything. We know that for some, it's expensive. That's why we're offering it as non-financial support from the side of CEDA. During 2020, we really had to engage with quite a number of wholesalers and big corporates because we thought it's an opportunity for us to start developing capacity of our local businesses. Most of them, I must indicate, were very responsive. That's why even the Deputy Minister did emphasize about the issue of the relationship between government and big business. We do really value their spirit of welcoming us and ensuring that we are able to work together with them. We had engaged with companies like Clicks. They were very welcoming and they started, enlisting some of the businesses into their stores. We believe that as a country, we have to work together. The relationship between big and small businesses is very critical because they need each other. As a department, we do have a program that is offered through Small Enterprise Finance Agency. I know the CEO is here, where we offer funding for businesses that want to buy equipment so that they can be able to produce the goods that are in demand. As a department, we do also assist in terms of ensuring that there is compliance on the side of SMMEs. We don't really talk to big business and say, buy from SMMEs because they are SMMEs. You buy because there is a need for you to buy. So that's why we emphasize on the issue of compliance and do offer support to make sure our SMEs are compliant. We do have here a program director, as I indicated earlier, our DFIs. We have NEF here, we have IDC. They are all here to answer and respond to the questions from SMMEs, but we also do offer an opportunity. If you do have a challenge, you have applied to a particular entity, you can have a one-on-one here so that your issue can be resolved here today so that we don't really go home still having a problem that you came with here. Thank you very much. I'm not going to take more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to be moving to a different section of the program where we're actually going to be inviting the panelists to come up. And it's my great honor to, in fact, invite the CEO of CEDA, Mr. Mbata, to come up and invite the different panelists. And I must say, we have a very good relationship with CEDA. You play an enormous role in the ecosystem development here in Cape Town, so we really do value this relationship. But if I can also just use this opportunity as well, yeah? If I can also just use this opportunity, because I know it's getting close to 7, so I just want to try and get the logistics right as well for the dinner, so that we don't have too many interruptions. This is going to be a bit like trying to fix a plane while flying it, so let's see if we can get this right. So dinner will be starting to be served at 7 o'clock, and what we're going to do is just work. The rows at the back will be the first ones to go, and you just need to dish up and come back to your tables. And we'll try and do this with as little interruption as possible to the panel discussion up here, if that's okay with everyone. The front tables, we are going to have dinner over here, so you will be able to pick it up from this side. So I thought I'd just try and get those logistics out of the way before we invite the panel discussion up. But at this point, I'm going to hand over to you, and you can take it from here. Thank you.
Bit lower. We don't have a lot of tall people here today. So thank you very much. You're doing a great job. I will make sure that I invite you next time so that this tender is kept with you. Thank you. Minister, Deputy Minister, MEC, all protocols observed. Greetings. And to the SMMEs, the business leaders, greetings as well, and all the officials. My name is indeed Koskona Mbata, and I am the acting CEO of CEDA. We're just gonna do this section. I know that there's gonna be food, but this is probably, you know, after the minister's address, this is probably the most important session, or session, I mean, Minister, coming after your address, which everyone is looking towards to. So we're just gonna do this dialogue. The DM has said that we're here to listen, we're here to understand what issues are there, but also how do we enable the SMMEs in this part of the country to access the opportunities that are provided or presented by the private sector. We've done about 5 provinces, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm glad to see Cape Town turning up this way. Probably this is the biggest turnout that we've achieved so far. So you deserve, yeah, thank you. And I hope then that we will then be able to achieve what we're looking forward to achieve. What I would like to emphasize is that please don't miss out on this opportunity to ask the private sector the questions that you need clarity on, so that then you are able to access the opportunities. I always say this wherever we've been, that the entrepreneurs in the room focuses on our political principles, and they forget about the private sector that we bring in front of them. So I hope that Cape Town will be different. I know that I always say this, but still the entrepreneurs focuses on our political principles and forget about what we're bringing. So I hear, or I plead with you to disappoint me today and do the right thing by focusing on the private sector and the opportunities. So I'm waiting to be disappointed, but I trust Cape Town. So DM, I hear that you frequent Cape Town, but again, when you stood up, you said you were here in Feb, and then I'm like, where are we now? In April. So I'm like, Feb, that to me is not frequenting. But then, so firstly, to set the scene and to talk about this enterprise and supplier development, we have Mr. Kerry Joseph, who will come. I'll give him 10 minutes, nothing more. And if he exceeds that, I will be moving closer towards him so that he will know that his time is over. Because our aim is to get to speak and to hear from you, entrepreneurs of the day. You can come Gary and take the floor and they start this. Then after him, I will then call the panelists to take the floor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, Deputy Minister, MEC, Alderman, and all business leaders, all protocols observed. I want to set the scene today talking specifically around how SMME supplier opportunities can be the joint responsibility of all of us within the room over here. Before I start, I'd just like to inform you, give you a bit more information about the organization that I represent. That is EDSE. EDSE is an acronym for Ecosystems Development for Small Enterprise. It's a 5-year, 1 billion rand program that is geared towards supporting access to finance as well as strengthening the entire SMME development ecosystem. It's been funded by the European Union, who also are South Africa's biggest trade partners. And the program itself is implemented under the Department of Small Business Development and all of its agencies with a technical support team of which I am part. To some of the programs that the EDSE has been involved in, it includes policy dialogues, support with regards to the new National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Master Plan, new digital hubs in the townships and rural areas for digital startups. There's quite a bit more that I could tell you about EDSE, but I've been cut to 10 minutes. So let me go to the focus of today's discussion. There are really the 3 sides that I would like to focus on as part of setting the scene when we look at opportunities for SMMEs, particularly within the space of the business-to-business procurement market environment. Most of you in the room are from the small business sector. So SMMEs is the first side. And we've heard about the importance of small businesses within any economy, and particularly in South Africa. We are looking at you to be growing the competitiveness and growing the job market in South Africa, and we all know that we need that. So as small businesses, what role can you play? The first thing is that you need to have a clear value proposition. Some of the challenges that are experienced within this environment is that everybody is so hungry for opportunity that you lose focus. And losing focus results in you not being able to specialize and put your best value proposition forward. So therefore, be clear around what your value proposition is. Secondly, compliance. Nobody will do business with you if you're non-compliant. What we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic and our first lockdown, many businesses were unable to, small businesses were unable to access the programs that were available from government due to the lack of compliance. So make sure that you are compliant, because your customers, particularly the private sector, requires compliance to be at the forefront of any relationship. Then make sure that you are ready to do business with them. And to do so, research your customers. These potential corporates that you want to engage with, understand what their business is about and what you can do to provide value to them. And very importantly is that you understand that private sector, time is money. So you've got to have short timelines and time frames with which you respond. We find many corporates complain that they do invite SMEs, but within the time frame that is allowed, out of 10 SMEs, 2 would respond timeously. So they're looking for you to be responsive. Procurement focuses on value and savings. So make sure that you are putting your best foot forward to be able to demonstrate how you can create that value. And they want suppliers who they can trust. You are your brand as business owners, as decision makers in your business. Make sure that you are elevating or your value proposition and giving the assurance to your customers, private sector buyers, that you are trustworthy and that you are able to do the job. And don't forget, value addition and innovation is always welcome. Corporates are looking for that. It's easier to retain a customer than what it is to gain a new one. So be patient and put in the effort. Some of these things do take time. Remember that corporates aggregate their spend and put contracts in place. So it takes time before that contract comes up for a new tender. Be ready when that time arises and network and get the information. If we look at the second side of this relationship, it's corporates. Now, many of our corporates are driving their programs in such a way that they are trying to make it more inclusive and to find SMMEs with whom they are able to transact. I think what many corporates need to focus on is having a clear business case for doing so. Compliance, although it's great, it drives the right behavior, unfortunately is not the only reason. Have a business case. And the business case is part of what you would be hearing as you network today. The value, the innovation, the agility that comes with dealing with small businesses. So instead of having to deal with the bureaucracy and red tape that goes with big companies, your small business owners are there and prepared to do everything. Then look at your sourcing efforts and make sure that it doesn't create any barriers to entry. Certain barriers you might not be aware of, but they are actually barriers for small businesses. We find things like insurance requirements. The cost of insurance to be borne by a small SMME to meet the requirement of particularly multinationals is a big barrier to entry. What can you do as corporates to reduce those barriers? And be clear on how suppliers are onboarded. Navigating that space is very confusing for suppliers. They don't know who to speak to. Once they've spoken to someone within the organization, they don't know what the processes are that will be followed and what will happen next. Many suppliers don't even realize that once they've been loaded as suppliers on a corporate database, that it takes at least 12 to 18 months before somebody is going to be doing a follow-up with you. But at the same time, corporates tend to render dormant suppliers inaccessible to their buyers after 18 to 24 months. There's a short window. Re-look at your processes. And also be clear around your expectations. Many of the small businesses complain that they don't know what it is that corporates need because the scopes of work are vague and they're not familiar with it. So be clear on what your expectations are and communicate it clearly and effectively when you're engaging with SMEs. Very importantly is that procurement as well as your change agents within the organization need to have a hands-on approach. It is not the responsibility of the transformation agent to do all of the work. Procurement must be hands-on, and all of this must be integrated. We all know the saying, what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. Although we have triple BE and the measurement criteria associated with scorecards, it is inadequate. Make sure that you have robust measurement systems throughout your procurement processes, and in that hold each other to account. Accountability and consequence management for people not doing what they're supposed to do to support SMMEs that you are bringing into your supply chain is key to driving a successful program. And lastly, this third side, which has been mentioned by our previous speakers as well, is a supportive ecosystem. And the objective of these roadshows is part of driving the whole idea that the Department of Small Business Development, with all of its partners, is trying to create an ecosystem that is conducive to supporting SMME growth and development, market access, access to finance, and therefore you voicing your opinion this evening is a critical component of Department of Small Business Development and all of its partners understanding what it needs to do differently or do better to be able to respond to what your needs are. Just something that's coming along the wayside is a shift in the paradigm. Everybody tends to be working in isolation from each other, and the only time you get to see what corporates are doing is when they are publishing their annual reports. As a collective with the Department of Small Business Development, we at EDSE are in the process now of establishing a community of practice. We have found, through research that has been conducted, that many procurement professionals driving supply chain find it a very space, very often not knowing the right things, what more can they do, what are others doing. So we want to establishing this practice, create a mechanism through which better cooperation between private sector. And tomorrow we will be having our very first session in the room to and for small like yourself to flourish, because we are much more effective than we've done so in the past. Collaboration is key, and part of this evening is you with us to give us inputs around what the challenges are that you are facing. So I hope I've set the scene for the discussion on the part of both public and both the corporates that are in the room and you as SMEs, some considerations around the dialogue. And thank you, Program Director. We'll then proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that gives everyone an idea, especially our SMMEs, of what we are about to talk about. You know, where we are saying ESD is no longer a compliance issue, but it's a sustainability issue. You know, and that becomes very important in terms of our SMMEs. I've seen a lot of people putting this up where they say, sell the problem you want to solve, not the product. And that has been in my mind, you know, over the past few weeks, to say, you know, if we were all to sell the problem that we want to solve, everything would be easy. And I would like to say that today, that to our SMMEs, whenever someone says, what do? You tell them what you're solving. And they will understand exactly what your product is. And that's how it works all the time. So I encourage you to take that with you. I will then call the panelists. Once they're up here, I will then give them the direction in terms of how we'll go about. So we have Mr. Lita from Tiger Brands. He's a director. Can you give him Director of Enterprise and Supply Development, Tiger Brands, Shaili Zandla. Yeah. Thank you. We are joined tonight by Ms. Mishinga, who's the head of Enterprise and Supply Development at Pick n Pay. Please come to the front. We also have Holiday Smith from Greenhouse. Please come to the front. We have Mr. Lunga Amatonela from ABSA, who's the SMME manager at ABSA Group. We also have Mr. Marco Alfino, Senior Manager, Enterprise Region, Western Cape for MTN. Please join us. Yeah, so that's all we have. Now I'm just looking at the space between the panelists. I see that they're not observing the required space, so if they can, please just make sure there's space in between. That would be nice. I just wanted to mention that also there will not be our panelists, but we've got the finance houses that are mentioned here. We've got from a SIFA side, we've got Mr. Kolan Meva. He's got the check. So Kolani, please stand so that they can see you. He's got the check. So he's from the Small Enterprise Finance Agency. So your problems will be solved there. We also have Mr. Kanif, who's the regional manager, ITC. Please stand. Again, big industrial funding there. So, and we've got Mr. Bongmu Sabiela, who's the regional manager, NEF. Again, there is money there. Do we have an NYTA? I don't think they, oh yes, we've got NYTA. So representing the bag for the youth. So it's nice to have you here. So young entrepreneurs, you know where to go. They will assist us if there are any questions regarding issues of funding and everything. So I would take the mics to them, but they are our finance houses. So you see that we did bring all the money bags, and ABSA is here as well. So, and also we have David, where is David? Yeah, also from ABSA. So the ABSA, the money is here, it's also up here. So there's no confusion about that. So my panelists, thank you for joining us and agreeing to join us. I'm just gonna give you time. You know, there is a mic that we use. So what we'll do is that you take 5 minutes just talking about, you can take less if you want to, but not more. Talking about your ESD programs, you know, what you offer, how they work, you know, and what opportunities are there for the SMMEs that we have sitting here. And we'll start with MTN, and they will talk to us, and then we'll just move to across. Not you, Gary. You've had your time to talk, so you won't talk. Lita will be the last one to speak. So may we please listen to them attentively so that we can get all the information that we need to hear. If you need 1 more minute, you'll indicate. I'll definitely give it. Ne? Thank you.
Good evening.
Is it on?
Hi. Good evening, honorable members, ministers, and MECs. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So just 2 things that I want to focus on, that MTN is where we're reaching out to SMMEs specifically. One of them is, you know, everybody's on about the 4th industrial revolution and, you know, the youth, and those are 2 very, very big things for us. So where we're reaching out is in terms of human capital. One of the big things that we have launched recently is a product called Mobile Money. And what we are doing is we're partnering with the city, we're partnering with companies that we're looking for young people who are going to partner with us to go and on-sell these products for us. Because what we're doing is we're looking for the young skokos, the young men and women that are making a difference in our communities. What we're going to do is we're going to give you the ability to start your own little business. If you'll go into Kayadicha, it's where we launched this product about a week ago, you'll see that we've branded a lot of the shisanyamas, a lot of the smaller, we're actually giving them an income, because what they're able to do with our mobile money app is they're able to allow people to send money. So instead of going to a ShopRite to be able to send money to the Eastern Cape, they can actually do it right there from their vendor stand. They make a small fee of every single transaction. So it's an annuity-based income. So the more that they sell, the more they earn. The other thing that we've done recently is we've taken away the barrier to entry for small businesses. I look after all of business in the Western Cape. So those are our multinationals like Old Mutual, Sanlam, and ShopRite. We look after the public sector. We look after our partners like the other on-sellers, MWeb, and all of these companies. But my biggest source of revenue comes from SMEs, not from big corporates. So I think that's where the power is in that SME market. And what we've done is for the scorecard, we've developed a product called Made for Scorecard. The biggest issue with a small business is if you want access to decent data rates, you need to come into MTN, you need to provide CK documents, you need to provide 3 months bank statements, you need to be credit vetted, and that's where a lot of businesses struggle. COVID was very, very rough for a lot of small businesses, and it was very kind for a company like MTN. So what we're doing is we're changing the script now. What we're going to do is we're going to say to small businesses, we've got a Made for Scorecard bundle. It is up to 7 times better value than any contract that MTN offers. And all that we need is any form to show that you own a business. It could even be saying that I have, and what you do is you go onto our website, you register your business, and that gives you access to this, because at the end of the day, data is almost like a commodity today. People use Instagram, people market on Facebook. Data's become indispensable for people. So this is a way that MTN can help our SMMEs to be able to get more involved and be part of this industrial revolution. Thank you.
Can leave it with me, I will sort it out. Put it here. Yeah. Thank you. Minister, Deputy Minister, MEC, all the distinguished guests, and I think most importantly the SMMEs. Good evening to all of you. Just from an ABSA perspective, there are 3 legs that speak to our ESD programs. I would say it's actually not a program, but a strategic pillar. It's access to finance. As we know that one of the top challenges in the SMME space is the access to finance. And that's why money is here in this auditorium, so that we can talk about it. The second element is access to markets. How do we facilitate through strong access to markets? And then the third element is around access to business development support, where there is a need for training. Let's use an example. Some of the SMMEs are struggling to understand financials. How does ABSA partner with an accounting firm to provide that level of support that is required by the SMME? Just to give you a sense, one of the key challenges we have identified in ABSA is collateral being a challenge when SMMEs are knocking on our doors looking for money, either to grow the business or to buy machinery to produce more in the factory. What we have done since 2012 is to partner with key organizations that can help us mitigate risk for the bank
while we still advance money to SMMEs. Just to give you a sense, ever since we've done that, we've advanced over 1.2 billion over the same period, and our intention is to grow that by 3 billion over the next 5 years. I must also share that a bulk of that, over 30%, happened in the KZN area. So I'm putting a challenge in the Western Cape to say, how do we grow that within the Western Cape space? Last year, we advanced 150 million. And again, over 30% was sitting in KZN. So I'm here to create awareness that ABSA is here in this province. I don't want to be beaten by KZN within my own organization, yet I'm based in the province. So just to say, how have we been creating awareness? We've been working, City of Cape Town can tell you, we've been engaging for the last 2 years. NEF can share with you, we've been talking for the last, before COVID, and then COVID came in. So we are speaking to the relevant stakeholders to create awareness. I think just to share the last piece, I think my time is almost up, is over 4 million rand on business development support projects. And as I say, it depends on the skills or capacity, and then we partner with the relevant entity to make sure that we provide that support. And this year, perspective, but the key elements is lending, access to markets, making sure that we collaborate with your corporates, like Pick n Pay is here. We're going to have great conversations. I know we have a long-standing relationship. So that's basically how we work from an ESD perspective to support SMMEs. But I'll be happy to take more questions, Mhlekazi, and enjoy the conversations with the relevant stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Taken the 10.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, if you look at corporates and government, and I've heard a lot of the words collaboration and partnership, but when we look at what we do as Greenhouse, we're actually there to support businesses. So our core focus is business, but we also have a very good relationship with corporates, having assessed over 100 enterprise and supply development programs that's run across the country, and we've assessed over 35,000 businesses. So we know a few things about what businesses need. And obviously we know it's access to markets, access to funding, all these wonderful things. And as I'm listening to all the opportunities for businesses that is being shared, today, I love that. I love that, but there certainly need to be a lot more collaboration. And I hope that I would see in the next few months more discussion and collaboration to understand how corporates work, because corporates is a different machine to government. Their needs are different, they run differently. And just to give you an idea, 2 weeks ago, I got a call, saying we need to get corporates together. So because we have a good relationship with corporates, and most of the corporates that's sitting here, 2 weeks ago, let's get together and discuss this. It is, and when we look at the opportunities for businesses and we work with the city, today we had 30 people in Manenberg, how to do business with the city. And when we look at the businesses, most of them are not aware of what is happening. Most of them are not aware what corporates is offering, what funding is available. And there is a need for more sharing. Sharing of the opportunities, sharing what is working, what is not working, and I hope to see that over the next few months. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to do something a bit different. Can I please ask all the entrepreneurs in the room to just raise your hand? If you're, wow. And I'd like everybody else that hasn't raised their hand to look at everybody that's raised their hand. I am sitting here because of you. And I always, where's Alex? When we asked to come to a public arena, I always say the real heroes of the day are entrepreneurs, and I'm so pleased that all the speakers that have spoken before have said that. I have seen one or two, and I make this great mistake of not mentioning everyone. But if you are a Pick and Pay supplier, can you please raise your hand? Okay, so the numbers are slightly down. Just raise your hand, the gentleman in the, okay, fantastic. I've seen you, so I know who you are. Fantastic. So, I want to leave something with you today. And I think what I wanted to say is, what are we doing differently? And that question is not just from a retail perspective, but to each and every person in the room. I want to tell you a story. Now, forgive me or indulge me, Mr. Mbata. And he was polite in saying we met how many years ago, Mr. Mbata? 2016, I think. So we've, that's right. Yeah. And one of the things that our biggest learning at Pick and Pay has been listening. We have not created a strategy because we want to look nice or we want to deliver on shareholders or stakeholders' capability. I love what the Deputy Minister who was mentioning the Triple BE, which is very important. We must partner with entrepreneurs in every single store and every single store that we're going to open. My message to every single entrepreneur in the first group that put up their hand is as follows. Don't focus on your product. Focus on creating an exceptional product. Focus on the solution that you're bringing. At Pick and Pay, we have 3 S's. Please write this down. The first S is support. The second S is scale. And the third S is sustain. The reason I'm talking about the 3 S's, and Tombi, you will know this, it's something that you've heard me say over and over again. You cannot have a business if it's not sustainable. One of the things that we've done very differently, and I'll just leave this with you, is COVID taught us to collaborate more. I'm very proud to say that we have a long-standing partnership with every single private sector corporate in the room. In fact, ABSA and us have a long-standing partnership for 55 years. CEDA has gracefully funded most of the entrepreneurs in the room to get their food certification, and we have re-engaged the IDC. Minister, my appeal this evening, thank you so much for gracing our province. Please, let's not ask our businesses for letters of intent. Let's ask the corporates to say who is in your supply chain and what are their needs. We want to partner with government. Thank you so much. We want to partner with government. We have the suppliers in our database, every single person on my left and right. And Minister, I've noted that I'm the only woman on the panel. So I'll say, note that I said person. We have the suppliers, and we need to access the funds that you've gracefully put forward. So I thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I didn't know Mishinga was a politician, but today I know that Mishinga is a politician.
Let me first greet Minister, Deputy, MEC, and all protocols of rep. Yeah, I'm very emotional to be here because to get opportunities to talk your language. But today, I mean, I'm from Cape Town. I was born Kualanga, and I'm running a program for a national company, which is the biggest food manufacturing in South Africa. And when I look at the beneficiaries, right? And that is telling. When I got invited, by the DGE, I said yes before I even was halfway. When I saw Cape Town, I was like, but for me I was brought up here. I grew up here. I know how much lack of people don't know. And that's the first thing. Doesn't matter, you can have access to what. If people don't know, they're not going to move, right? So what I'm going to be doing now is trying to depict to you guys some of the information. And I've spoken to Ukalo because I used to work for Provincial. There are a lot of comrades I used to work with here. And I said, I want to come back and really give proper information because this session is not gonna do enough, right? Because people need to know. So from Tiger Brands, I mean, if you go to your cupboard, 25% of what's in there, a kitchen, is our product. That's how big we are. When we supported the first farmer, black farmers, to come to Tiger, the contract was in Afrikaans. That says a lot for a company that is 100 years. It means abaqhelanga dilishana nabantu who are not. You know, they're used to deal with who they used to deal with. But we changed it. And we got our first company that started in 2020. It's a lady which the Minister of Agriculture launched last year. She started with a 15 million project. Last year in December, she got 100 million. 2 years, okay? What you don't know is that she got 40 million from Department of Agriculture. If that did not come, there was no deal. So I'm trying to say to my colleagues, we DFIs, is you got a role to play. And we just need to work together. So from a Tiger, agriculture is number one. We've got factories here. When I grew up passing Maitland, Uvi Oats, Smelling. We've got Purity factory here. We were never taught to ask, where are they getting the ingredients that they are using for those products, right? We import a lot of oats, but Western Cape is the only province where oats grows. How many people know that? So I'm appealing those ones to get into agriculture. That's the first area that I want. Also, we import, you hear about Ukraine and the drama that people don't know. You know, we were importing 50% of wheat anyway, and yet it can grow here, right? And so part of what we need to do is to make sure that people know, you know, and this is a DTI issue. If, Minister, you could take a list of what we import, because everything that comes here, ER document, no one bothers to look at it. You'll be shocked how much spices are ordered in India, but it's things that can be brought here and be value added here. So before we even go and say, Kwenzakani, we are first look what's coming in. I know there's an issue with bilaterals and all of that. I get that. But there are things that are elementary, even my company is buying, that we are importing. So we've started an import replacement program. We identified we're going to do wheat, we're going to do maize, right? Small white beans, ground nuts for black cat peanut butter, which is our product. These are not difficult things to do. These are things that are abantu abanuzenza. The only difference, they must be taught how to do it, right? And we've got black suppliers who are coming in and doing that. So on the agriculture, we're really ramping up the support with the minister there and working on, even on land reform projects. We've got about 7 of them in our books. And it was by default that the farmer we're working with was able to mobilize. But we want a deliberate plan so that we can get them in and know we can also target, you know, poor areas, poor nodes. You know, we've got poverty nodes in the country where we can use the agriculture because you need agriculture to trigger everything. So that's the first thing, right? So those who are interested in agriculture, we've got factories in Paarl that does our jam and all of that. So we're also involved in fruit, right? Then on the second part, it's the ingredient parts that very people know about. That there are many things that are ingredients that are coming in that we need to take advantage. And these are things that when I speak to my colleagues in government, I've been speaking to few DFIs to say, that's the least. In South Africa, let's not wait and think people are going to come to us. Let's go out and develop them. You know, let me say I'm a creator so that babe corner. Even this lady didn't come to supply us. She wanted to support farmers. And only to find out, you know how to farm. I said, why do you want to support if you can farm but also buy from small farmers? And all of a sudden there's a business. It's not something that she thought of. So we need to be able to do that. So collaboration is key because at Tiger we've got 2 funds. We've got 100 million ESD fund, which we are using. It's almost 80% appropriated, but we are recapitalizing it every year. I call enough. But it's an intent from us to say we want to do this, so we need to be able to mobilize monies elsewhere. We also, Western Cape was lucky, we launched our venture capital here. Our first deal was done in this province, where we had a plant-based. It's another 100 million for innovative food, projects that we want to do. So again, we've shown the Western Cape that the company has invested. We want to be able to do that. Then the last one, which is very important, is the township economy, right? We are affected when our products are substituted by products we don't even know, right? I'm talking Tiger as a company. So part of our play is we want to develop township economy. Obviously, firstly is that there is a selfish interest that products there to move. But if you see how many people are already trading there who are making money using our products, our people need to be developed. I am talking to the department around that to look at what do we do on the township economy. We're looking at light manufacturing. I was speaking to Carlo because part of what you're not doing, which India does well, is they do light manufacturing. I was doing an example where if you go to Spa, they sell a dough. So, I mean, unfortunately, abafaz beta bakovi, they prefer to go, mine doesn't, goes to Pick and Pay, I tang. Abafunu but no.
That's a question.
And come mandate to do that. But if you were to go to Spa and ask how much are they making out of that dough, that is an easy business to set a light manufacturing in townships. It's something maybe that even from Pick and Pay you can look at because it's bought. And it's easy to make. You can do a small manufacturing to do that. I was just doing an example with the dough. We are going to do that at Tiger to help people who are in prepared food, to start producing things in township. But again, as a company, we don't have enough resources and the country nkulu. So we need to get the public sector to come and also other like-minded private sector to come and work with us. So township economy is coming, right? It's something that we're going to do. Agriculture, please, we've got huge opportunities there, right? And also we want to look at issues of ingredients. Those are the three things for me, and import replacement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I see that you are avoiding Pick and Pay. You used Spa as an example. I see you. Just because Mishenga is sitting next to you. They also sell it, don't they? So I think the issue of localization is very important. I think everyone is touching on the issue of localization, which is one of the things that the Department of Small Business Development is prioritizing and trying to make sure that that becomes a reality in this country. And the collaboration that everyone is talking about then becomes even more key, because if you're talking about the township economy, SIFA has, funds in the TREP program, which is the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program. I think the limit is increased there to R1 million, CEO, correct? And it's money for, if you're talking about someone who's making dough from the beginning, we've got a scheme there which is called the bakery scheme. It's easy to access those funds. We've made the requirements even far lower for SMEs to access those funds. So it's easy collaboration from that point of view. So township and rural economy is something that is in the heart of the department. So that becomes one of the areas that before we even leave here, we see how we deal with that. Localization, Mishinga, Pick and Pay also has been at the forefront of taking products from the SMMEs in terms of the program of localization driven by the department. So we do have support from there as well as other clients, but we need to grow it, we need to make it bigger. From a department point of view, we need to make sure that the money is taken by the SMMEs via SIFA, and from a CEDA point of view, how do we support those? How to make sure that the issues of accreditation, as you mentioned, are done, that your products then are fit, your packaging is good, your products are accredited to sell anywhere in South Africa and abroad, and that's why we exist. So we have everything in-house. We just need to make sure that also from our side, we get more resources, and that's why we want private sector, to come in and partner with us to make sure that we reach out to as many SMMEs as possible. So I will not be that MC that talks a lot. I will then open this up to you to ask the questions. And remember what I said. Please disappoint me. Ne? The guys are here. Let's focus on the guys. Let's focus on these opportunities. Let's leave here more empowered. They are here to answer more questions. I gave them less time because I wanted you to ask the questions so that they can speak more. So is there time to speak more through you when you ask your questions? So what I would do is that I would divide the room, almost said the house, into the first two rows. So this row and this row, we'll start the questions here. There's a mic, that gentleman there, Colin, with the lovely shirt. He will be then helping me to manage this. So we'll do this row, and there's Noko here as well. So he will be helping me on the front, and Colin will start going to the back. So we'll start here, we'll take the questions, we'll move to these next two rows, and then that will be our last row. So by show of hands, can I see who wants to ask questions? I said this row and this row. So Noko, you will help. So you'll be number 1, number 2, number 3, and then there was a hand here, number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you have just a minute and a half to ask the question. So no stories, just the questions. Please, colleagues. No background story. You know, we have, because you know when you do that, you are limiting the opportunity for these guys on this side to ask the questions, because soon it will be too late for them to ask. Bab.
No, thank you very much. Yeah. No, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. And I do think that I'm the youngest person in this room. It's open for argument. No. I just want to put out, just to clear, as a vanguard of youth in business, voice of young people, also in the enterprise sector, to say that to appeal and also to ask within the governance to say, how do we disqualify these many red tapes around particularly young business for young people, those who are applying to escort for funding, those who are applying, because there are a lot of paperwork that are very frustrating when you have to go and start a business as a young person. So how do we then go through to say that how do we disqualify many of these red tapes that are making many of these young people lose interest, in fact, to go and inquire, to go and accomplish their business goals. Thank you very much.
See, Cape Town. See? Nyaktemba, I trust you. These are the people. Why are you sitting down? I'm just saying I trust that you will ask the question to these lovely ESD partners of ours. We'll respond to you, my brother, as well. It's fine. It's important that we do respond to you as well. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I think it's important. I won't be asking a question, but to make a statement. Collaboration is key between government, corporate, informal, SMMEs, micro businesses. And I'll give you a key example why it's so important. I'm Chantal Maxim. I'm the Business Development Director for SITA Economic Development Forum. SITA is the Informal Traders Alliance. We partnered with our first project a couple of months ago with IDC, APSA, Vodacom, to assist businesses in the transformation from informal to growth. Opening of bank accounts, registration of payment devices, and assisting them with infrastructure in KZN and in Gauteng. Successful with every business that transformed, jobs was created. So collaboration is key. CITA represents over 2 million businesses in South Africa, and where we are going, we need not the assistance, but we need the partnership from government and corporate to succeed in the transformation.
So I wanted to check, how did they leave you out? Because you were supposed to come and talk here. Next time, 1.5 minutes, ne?
Good evening. Thank you to the panelists. My name is Shamim Kumandan, and I represent a company called Global Cuisine. So my questions to the lady from Pick n Pay. How do I go about facilitating speedy entry into Pick n Pay? And you know, there's a lot of talk of assisting and support, but yet the criteria are so stringent and it's just so difficult. So I want to know how to fast track that process, and whereby Pick n Pay doesn't have huge rebates and everything, because I find that that's crippling to the small startup or a small business. And then to the Tiger Brands gentlemen, I also want to ask, with the small business, you know, if one is, say, Western Cape based, I find that a lot of your contracts that you sign are signed on a national level. And I'm going to allude to an experience I had where I tendered for something, for a contract, and shortlisted meant that I needed to, at my cost, fly up to Johannesburg 3 times for a presentation, and the contract went to a large multinational listed company. So where then in this whole process does one find the gaps and the spaces to enter your arena and qualify for contracts and be accepted? And I just like, you know, the shortcuts, please.
Sorry, you said your name is?
My name is Shamim Kumandan.
Shumin. Thank you very much. You see, I have all the time for you. You listen to me, you're doing the right thing. You know, can we Asimshayeni Zandla for doing the right thing? She is representing Cape Town.
Okay. My name is Mtunzi Kagana.
Yes,
I'm come from Ukita. It's informal traders. I would like to know, because as your business are working in a township and are making millions in township, which help can do to those small business that Mama is in the location, how we can work together or collaborate together to grow them in terms of the skills and other things, how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you. A window, sweet and short.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jacques Bomana. I'm from a company called Kuba. We build e-procurement platforms for corporates. My question is for the lady and gentleman in front. It's about the programs you're running on ESD. There's a lot of program going around, but is there a conversation amongst corporates on how do you connect these SMMEs that are under your programs so they can also access opportunities within other corporates, like what government has done building the CSD? So is there something like that for corporates so that we're not getting in isolation with one corporate, that we can also tender to other corporates around the table?
Thank you. I think it's going well now. Yeah. Please give her the mic.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kenny Jackson Williams, and I represent the Business Breakfast Club.
a beautiful organization of upcoming and existing entrepreneurs. So my question is quite frank. As a young colored female entrepreneur, I find sometimes that the red tape for the support services is almost impossible. When you don't have money and the requirement lists expect you to go spend money in order to meet the requirement, that's a challenge. And then sometimes as the colored communities, we don't associate ourselves as a township. So my question to the panel is, for those of us that are stuck somewhere in the middle, how can we access assistance and support and help? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Respect to this table.
Okay, in the tourism sector, and my question will be directed to the funders, APSA and SIFA and others. Considering the impact of COVID, and you have so many businesses in debts who couldn't pay, would this institution have any program to assist those companies to get back to business?
Okay.
Covered.
Ningabi Nomont, you can clap for that. That's a very important question. No, go. You must just manage this right, ne? So that we don't go back. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Mandy, and I'm representing Cooks FM. So it's a youth online radio station that is currently just open. So we're a company that's basically employs the youth from the ages of 18 to 33 years old. So we have employed about 90% of the staff from the Guguletu township. And I actually just wanted to find out with the gentleman regarding the MTN, how would you actually partner or collaborate with us as a youth business, and especially one that actually comes from Guguletu township? Yes, thank you.
Funima.
Yes, please.
Ngiyabuza. Okay, thank you very much. So we can move. Is Colin doing this side? Yeah. Okay. Again, let me not. Let me just trust the people. So can I see hands? So it's 1, 2, 3. Not that row. 1, 2, 3 at the back. 4, 5. Okay. Well, I'll come to that last row. Let's go. And let's please give them a chance.
One, two.
Hi. It's not in church here. Go for it, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marian Ngulungu, and I represent a company named Umoja Rope Access. We are based here in Cape Town, and I find it very difficult to access the mainstream economy of Cape Town. And my question is actually to the Deputy Minister. Because it refers to the BEE legislation and the preferred procurement policy that is almost excluding small businesses from doing business with government, because the national supply chain legislation doesn't allow for small businesses to participate in the supply chain due to various obstacles that they cannot access into the supply chain. You cannot belong to the City of Cape Town's supply chain if you're not registered on the CSD. So that is quite a big obstacle for many suppliers to participate in the economy. And then in light of the devastating economic effect that COVID has had on SMMEs, what is the national government doing to improve opportunities for SMMEs and the informal sector to actually get back on their feet? And we've heard a lot of comments here this evening, but for Auntie Maria down the road making fed cooks, she cannot sell to the City of Cape Town because she is not registered on there procurement supplier chain because she's not on the CSD. So those are the economies that I'm referring to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one. I'm first just going to do this line.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. To the banks and the funding people, I'd like to just propose a question. I'm Renee, I'm Andrews, I'm from the Black Business Chamber. I also have my own construction supply company. With regard to construction, a lot of our businesses approaching the banks, we are told that construction is high risk. So, so if you'll lend money to people who don't need money, and that makes it very difficult for us because in construction, things are very difficult. Also, with triple PFA now being null and void, how do we as women being marginalized, how do we stand a chance, even for our youth, how do we stand a chance of getting our foot in the market and also progressing along with other businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. How do we mitigate the risk and still fund in that space?
I'm sorry, well, fasting all day. I'm Rashan Isaacs from Style Africa Fashion Network, also trading as No Memo handcrafted jewelry. You mentioned access to market, access to finance. I think what my business and some businesses also need is access to mentorship. And sometimes it's actually finding that business person to actually look into your business as a needs analysis and see exactly what is it that you require to scale up. Otherwise, we're stuck where we are. And also access to information, which was mentioned earlier as well. Where do we find that information? Because a lot of the times we're just knocking on doors ourselves or hustling and finding it amongst ourselves as well. And then also crossing the language barrier. And I'm not referring to our 11 official languages. I'm referring to the forms and the contracts and the compliance, all these forms that come through. Entrepreneurs don't necessarily understand the financial language, the terms used in marketing, the export terms. So how do we simplify that for entrepreneurs? And also, how will government encourage corporates to localize their supply chain? Or how can you as corporates influence other corporates to localize their supply chain? Second, lastly, is how do we engage or initiate entry into your supply chain? It's not as easy. I mean, I would love to knock on Pick n Pay's door, but who do I speak to? Where is there a form online? How do I do that? And then just on what you pointed, and that was my last point, is women in the marketplace, and especially when you're going and you're knocking on a door like ABSA, I hate loans. But if I were to engage or ask or request for a loan for my business to further enhance it, a lot of the times you ask for collateral. Now, most women in this room do not have collateral. And if you're going to go into the township area and they need loan, they don't have collateral either. So how do we overcome that? Is there any policy or anything in place to assist women in business? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Noma Kabiso. I'm in the hairdressing industry, especially Afro hair, natural afros. I'm going to say like a comment / question, but I'm just putting it out there to whoever is here that it will make sense to them responding. What happens? There seems to be a big gap between the young, upcoming entrepreneurs and those that are willing to help. In between these two, there are the seasoned entrepreneurs that could actually mentor and advise the new upcoming ones. But then the new upcoming ones, they might get assistance or they might find it difficult to get assistance. Those that get, they fall throughout the way without really making it. But then who acknowledges the seasoned ones to be the mentors, to be the advisors to those upcoming ones? Because the upcoming ones can't just simply trust you because you've been in the industry all this time. And you know so much already to tell them, don't go that way because there's a wall you're going to knock. But they do not know these things. And then again, if there is no acknowledgement of these. If any industry, let's say Pick n Pay knows what they're looking for, I'm just making an example, from the small businesses, they know which sector they're looking at. Do you actually find the seasoning people, even if they're not necessarily having what you're looking for, but they can coach the one that you want that's younger than them?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, you are the gentleman that was standing at the back, ne? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's a privilege to be here tonight. My question, or two, first one is directed at the only lady in the panel, Mishinga. My name is Terence Liduma. I represent a company called Makamisa. We are proudly supplier of Pick n Pay. Okay. Mishinga, what I'm asking from you is, amongst one of the three S's, can you please up one of those, which is support? And I know what you're talking about. We are well capable. We're not looking for money because you're well funded by the IDC and the DTI for about 67 million. I'll say it, 67 million to build our source plant. The man on your right-hand side, Lita, I've been bothering you for so many years. And I'm here to bother you one more time to say I'm ready to make business with you. We make sauces for the likes of famous brands, Beat Food, Impact, and then we supply into Checkers and Pick n Pay. And I'm here to actually look for technology to expand our operations. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last one, eh? No, that's the last one on this row.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Butimpele. Today, I've got two hats. I represent the BMF. I say I'm here, and I also run an IT company. So I've got two questions to the panel. We hear a lot about ESD program or supply development program. What happens to the businesses that are not compliant? First of all, I'm a bit disappointed that there's no SARS person there in the panel, because the most stumbling blocks for all businesses that are here to get into such programs, compliance, we don't have SARS there. And then secondly is that are these programs, are they able to help these small businesses with compliance? Like basically, so the problem is that obviously businesses get thrown away. If you're not compliant, obviously you don't comply. So can the ESD programs actually come up with programs that are going to help the businesses that are not compliant? That's number one. Number two is to the minister mostly, is that, I mean, is it fair for SMMEs to be paying VAT from 1 million? I mean, 1 million is nothing. I mean, to say from 1 million now you must be registered for VAT. And I mean, not even counting what is your cost in that. So I just feel that it does make sense. That's my point.
Thank you. 1 million is nothing. Can we move to this row, the last row? We got your point. Can we move to this last row? Yes. So colleagues, no. When I ask that people raise their hands, they must raise their hands at the time when I ask, so that we don't do this. It's fine, ma'am. I'll give you a chance, but you can sit. It's fine. I think that gentleman there had his hand up. Can we just deal with him? And then we move to that row. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, especially the Minister, Deputy Minister. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank on everybody's behalf here to have this opportunity to engage. Now, a lot of young businesses, I'm now going to represent the older business. Family run for 70 years now. I'm second generation. My wife and I have been in the business for 90 years combined, and we post-retirement. And what are we here for? To empower our staff. From the start in 1952 to now, we were 220. We're now 25. My wife and I have pumped up pension into the business to the tune of 6 million rand. And just around the corner, I'm going to ask a financial institution to stop their ties with us. and I'm going to be going to a new bank. What is and what should we do? Not a hand out, but a hand up. What do us as businesses, especially the older clan, is to form partnerships with SMMEs who are prepared to grow the youth. Now, my wife and I have paid our dues. As I said, we've got 6 children, and we've been blessed with 7 grandchildren. Now, what can I do to the economy? What are we going to do together? And I said, hand up, not hand out. Without the finance, we can say to businesses that are full of integrity and honesty, we empower more people. If we are capable of doing that, we need more work. And when we get more work, there's more income without being financed. Because as far as I'm concerned, the financial institutions have failed this long-standing business. And I've got very little pension left. But my staff is more important. I come into this world with nothing, and I will leave with nothing. But I will leave a legacy and an example. And I thank all of you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. It's amazing that I'm seated next to this great gentleman next to me. I grew up in Cape Town, in Langa, from a small selling fed cooks, you know, ochechangene, and so on. But today I'm a Dr. Guma. The point is, we have developed a program which we refer to as SINACO, Leadership Support and Skills Development. What we refer to sometimes as bridging the gap. That is, let us be the leaders to learn to lead and learn to enterprise. Now, SINACO has been in existence now for how many years? For 10 years. But more importantly is that we've been seeking land to establish the multi-purpose center. We are training young people and women to do skills development that engages food technology, leatherworks, you name it. But now our existing program is the sewing school. The sewing school is meant that when you are able to accomplish the curriculum, we provide you with a toolkit so that you are able to implement what you have been taught in terms of skills development. But more importantly, we've been asking the city of Cape Town for a piece of land where we can establish this multi-purpose center. To use the lousy term, dololo.
Thank you. Thank you. They will respond. They will definitely respond.
That has been our challenge. I hear all what is being said about shall I say, the 3 spheres of government. We have approached the city of Cape Town. We have approached the province, Dololo. We are based in Langa. And the place that we are using as a cultural center, at Gugastebe Cultural Center, where we are training the young men, young women, and youth. And it's very touching. I should say that we did this program because it's what we plow back to our communities, right? And the way we grew up, my mother used to be a seamstress, right? She used to be a seamstress. She used to make the fashions for the migrant workers and all that. Then they said, no, definitely, we should start where our parents gave us the opportunity to be what we are today. I'm an international today. I taught at UWC for 12 years. Let alone working for Pick n Pay. I used to run a business cleaning the floors of Pick n Pay. I mean, this is what is touching, that we talk and talk and talk and don't philosophize and don't implement as we are supposed to. There's no encouragement in getting young people to be part of the greater economy of this country. My colleague.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Just to add few things, it's my colleague, Dr. Guma, and I'm Ms. Pahlana, the Program Manager of Senako Leadership Support and Skills Development Center in Langa. My task is to bring practical solutions to the challenges of our young people in our province, Western Cape, in Kwalanga. The only thing that really we need this time, because we are very organized, very much organized, and we get a lot of response from many private companies, I must be honest. And if you don't take initiative of going out there, because we don't even have a vehicle of our own, but we do things, we make it happen. There are resources out there. If you don't stand up and you're gonna say government, government, it will be government forever. And the only thing to the city of Cape Town, I don't like to use the word begging. I don't beg people. I don't do that because I know I have to get it. We're just asking you a piece of land. There's a piece of land in Zone 3. It's 235 square meters. We have written and presented our program to all of them, to all the floors, 14th floor, 12th floor, you name it. We all know all the people there. But till to this day, we started to do that 2013 with them, till to this day, no answer. Now, through our partnership with many companies, there are two factories that closed down. Number one, the clothing plant in Endabeni closed down. They gave us all their equipment to start a mini factory. The second one, which is known by all of us in the Western Cape, even the president used to say, I bought this suit from a local factory. Local factory is not sold river, it's Kwalanga. Come to Langa and see what we are doing. So we're only saying with all those machines, they are packed in a small container. We want to unpack that and put a factory in the township. So to APSA, to Tiger Brand, to other institutions that gives money, please, Pick n Pay, I don't want to talk about Pick n Pay, I don't like them. I'm being serious. I don't like Pick n Pay. It's a mess what they are doing. But what I'm trying to say, we want to produce clothing. We want to produce people, young people, they want to produce their own brand. This time around, okay, so I'm gonna be 1 minute. And we're only asking containers to convert those containers to a mini factory. Right.
Give her a chance.
We want more of equipment, but so far we do have a lot of equipment. We've got material from those factories that closed down. House of Monatic has just given us lots and lots of stuff. The only institution that I am very proud of to say it's standing here, it's CEDA. When I call Mr. Kunda, I want you to stand up. When I called Mr. Kunda, Alex, he knows me. And I say, I want this and this and this and that and that. Without any hesitation, he does that. Thank you to you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you to take care of us. up until to this day. You have carried us from 2015 till to this day. And I believe that you won't let us down anymore, again. So thank you, City of Cape Town. Come and walk with us in Langa so that you can see what we are talking about. Thank you.
I'm happy I let you talk because the last part that talks about CEDA was very important to me. Alex, I hear there's calls for bonuses for you. You must just submit to Ntokozo on Monday, then it will be sorted. Yes, please take care, then we move to the side. Can I see the hands on that row while she's talking?
Thank you. My name's Lisa Mini. I'm kind of like, just want to say that I am an aspiring entrepreneur, and I'm trying to get a meeting with CEDA. But I thought I was going to take this opportunity because some of my bosses are actually in the room, as I work for an organization called...
Ladies and gentlemen, can we just keep it down just a little bit? Thank you. Thank you.
You know, I thought that while people are eating, it's going to be quiet. I don't know how you do both. Let's go for it.
Okay, so I work for an organization called Wesco, and basically what we do is we work between industry and government. My job is to actually promote the film and media industry. And we've got a number of challenges, right? I mean, everybody in this room watches Showmax, Netflix. I mean, gosh, there's so many platforms these days, and it is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Animation's growing, gaming's growing, and we have all this phenomenal festivals starting, which can drive tourism into the city, and there's a lot of ripple effect that the film and media industry can actually, generate, and it goes into the supply chain of logistics and accommodation and blah, blah, blah. I can go on for the whole evening. But the biggest challenges, and I'm going to speak to Pick and Pay, MTN, ABSA, all the private sector, is we need private sector support to assist the growth of the film and media industry. We do not have money. I see filmmakers after filmmakers with the most amazing concepts. They can put your products in their films, for example. There's so much opportunity here to cross-collaborate, but government does not have enough money. The Western Cape particularly, we are working towards things, but our filmmakers, and I'm not talking about us servicing the big, because we create a lot of jobs here. And we can create jobs from painters to you name it, We can take people off the streets and we can send them to work in this industry. So my question to you is, how can we speak to you about getting private sector to support this particular sector to drive growth? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to that row, those last tables. So I note that one of the guys that was helping me with the mics, he decided to take a break and eat. So Colin, you are on your own. I wanted to say that I allowed the citizens, Italy citizens, to narrate their story, but I wasn't setting a precedent. So can we stick to the 1.5 minutes so that we can finish? Thank you. Bab, over to you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mohammed Nias Isaacs. I represent ISA Trading. I would like to ask a question for CEDA. I've been working after CEDA for 3.5 years or 4 years, and I haven't been getting any help from them. And then my one question is to SIFA. Why, I live in Atlantis, and I would like to know why is our property so expensive for our small SMEs to rent the property?
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Mr. Kunta, you heard that, so there was a bonus cancelled. It's not me, Bab, over to you.
Molweni. Goeiedag, goeienaand. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dawood. My surname is Hendricks. I'm here representing the greater Atlanta city. It's no more a town, it's a city. Atlantis was born in 1972 when the apartheid government was throwing all our black people and our colored people into the forest there in Atlantis. I don't know how many of the members sitting here knows the place called Atlantis.
Sorry, please face this side.
I just want to thank you, Honorable Minister, National Minister, Ndabini Damon Abrams, MECs, DGs, all the corporate parastatals attached to governance. People, this is 2 tables sitting here, is from Atlantis. We travel almost 45 kilometers still here to see and to look and to come and see the minister. We want SIFA, the minister, and SIDA to come to Atlantis City. Atlantis is one of the green economic hubs of the city of Cape Town. The Atlantis Special Economic Zone, what President Cyril Ramaphosa came and opened there, is in Atlantis there. There's industrial areas there in Atlantis, and our SMMEs there and EMEs is suffering in Atlantis because the economy of Atlantis is being taken away from the people that's staying in Atlantis. No, serious. There's a Cape Town. There's a Cape Town, and Atlantis is part of Cape Town. But Atlantis is not being looked after. It's only the greater Cape Town residents, business people, that's getting the opportunities there. And we are drawing the line now as the Atlantis business people. We are going to draw the line, and if you're not from Atlantis, we chuck you out. No, people, this is what we are saying. Nobody wants to be radical in life. But if the people or the residents of that specific place is not benefiting from the economy, it means you can't come and say there to us because we are the voters of that specific area.
Okay.
If you look at the people sitting around here at these tables, it's different sectors. Auto, mobile, electronics, transport, construction sectors, safety and security, supply of goods and services. They are sitting here. But not one of them was made a corporate business. Not one of them. They are still emerging. For all the years, some of them is 10 years in business. Some of them is 20 years in business. But according to the capital in their banks, they are still emerging because there's no development. I would like to ask Western Cape government, the MEC, and also City of Cape Town, when are you going to implement a SMME and an emerging micro enterprise development policy here in the Western Cape government? Nothing is happening here. I will tell you, I was grown in the forces of Tambo. And here, I will speak for our people. Here, I will speak for our people because there was a lady sitting there with a red on. She was speaking for our people. You know, people, what you are doing? When you start eating, you're disturbing the other people. That is the Chinese syndrome. The Chinese people is putting food in front of you. When you start eating, you say, it means yes. It means yes. So if they sign agreements with you while you're eating, you say, it means yes. So let me explain to you people.
No, sorry, Bob. Sorry, I know you want to talk for long. I gave the elderly people a chance to speak for longer, you know, and no, just give me a chance.
So, Chief.
So I said 1.5 minutes. You've taken more than 5. So I would like you to conclude and ask your question. I know you have one question that you've asked to the city of Cape Town. I know also you've challenged the minister, SIDA and SIFA, to come to your city, and definitely we got that. So I would like you to ask the question, the last one, and then so that we can give others the chance to ask as well. Thank you very much, out of respect.
The last one, we would like to thank Mr. Alex for his good services in Atlantis as SIDA. And then,
this bonus keeps coming back. Start, Alex.
The last one is you're not supposed to be an acting CEO. You're supposed to be the CEO. not the acting. Because we're speaking about youth empowerment. That's a young man there. And the young man needs to be empowered so that he must become the CEO of this parastatal of governance. Thank you, people.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm Melanie Faro, and I'm from Atlantis. I wouldn't say a city, but rural area. Yes. My question is not, I don't have a question, I actually have a request. My request is that all the stakeholders sitting here tonight, everybody is giving you this and that and this and that. But my question is, as an upcoming youth leader within my community, there's so much unemployment. And I would like to know, I want to know tonight, whom do I link to get a space where I can start a project for agricultural problems. I can employ youth within Atlantis. We've got a great social, economic illness within Atlantis.
Can
and
I,
I
sorry,
speak
sorry, can I
out
help
of
you?
my heart.
Can I help you? What kind of agriculture program would you like to start so that then the question can be answered correctly? What kind of program do you want to start? How much land do you need so that then we can be specific and help you? Because you want an answer tonight.
I stay next to a piece of land. So if the official can come out to my place and we can see what we can do there, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Bon. So we'll move. We want to move to get the questions answered. So there's not much time, colleagues. So then everyone who's here can get their questions answered. So, my brother, please be short.
Molweni.
Yes.
I am Michael from Danunu, Sibabalo Danunu Business Forum. My request, not a question, from City of Cape Town. We have SMEs in our area in Danune. Our SMEs, from 2013, I must start from there, still now, we didn't have any project. But only you have the training. The City of Cape Town is good to do the trainings. But to come to do the tender system, my people must get a job. It's giving his own people. Example, he got one company is doing the cleaning of formal settlement. It's starting from Joslovo still to Atlantis, only one in Japan. So that company is coming from Kailicha. No, it's a SMEs, it's a Japanese vendor, same thing. So it's coming from Kailicha. So our businesses is not get any job from City of Cape Town. From the Pick and Pay, 2013 also, while they were promising from Pick and Pay, from can I come help our businesses to develop from Danune. The time was starting to building the Pick and Pay from our area. But from that day, we're going to the office to the Kenilworth. Still that day, he did come back, still today. Okay. Our request to the Pick and Pay must come to us, to the Danune, and the Pick and Pay. We have an office there. That office, we're renting ourselves. We put 50 rand, we rent our office ourselves. We need him to must come us to must be partner to help us there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, how many hands do we have now? Please don't take people from this row, ne? No. The last row only. So how many? No, no, it can't be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Can we just deal with those 5 hands and close? Thank you. It's just getting late as well. Thank you. My brother, please speak. Don't look at the guys at the back.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Sivise Makazolo. I'm a clothing owner. I'm owning a clothing brand. So I want to pose a question to MTN first. What can you do for a retail business like mine, which is a clothing brand? What are the services that I can do probably for MTN or the business who can support my business as it is or something? And also, ABSA, the issue of credit scores, like how do you deal with that one? Because like I think as an entrepreneur, like the reason why we're starting businesses, it's because of we do not find jobs. So our credit scores are probably low or something. Some of us are because of the debts that we are having from our universities that we're graduating from or something. So how do you deal with those kind of issues when you're about to fund a business? Because like you check credit scores of directors. However, like do you check the nature of the credit score or something before you decline the application? Pick and Pay, like I think there's a section which is for clothing brands, like a Pick and Pay clothing that that operates actually like in some of the Pick and Pays. So like I want to ask, like if I want to do business with Pick and Pay, probably put my stuff there at Pick and Pay. What are the procedures that I should just pursue? Because like I'm operating online at this point in time, and a lot of people they want to view my clothing, like which is the physical store or something. But I don't have like a physical store at this point in time because of financial reasons. So like I would like to ask those kind of questions only. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother.
Good evening. Pulunga from ABSA, this is mainly for you. I am Zugisima Zula representing Critical Motor Repairs. I applied for funding through SEED and SIFA, and then they forwarded my information to ABSA. That was the 21st of January this year. And I did not receive communication from ABSA or SIFA since then. And I've been following up without any positive response. Are there any channels or departments that I can follow up personally through ABSA?
Okay, thank you. Very sweet and short.
Emanbolize, igama ngumpindilelo kaQalazive. I'm from a company called Auto Precision Engineering that is based in Gugulethu. I think Mr. Vors knows it, SIFA knows it. To the panel, I would like to know what opportunities do we have for our company because of offering engine rebuilding services, mechanical work for fleet. Also, another thing I would like to get from City of Cape Town, I think Triple raised this. The issue of leasing of land, of operational land. Because sometimes you identify a land, but then you don't get that land and then you end up going to some places that will charge your man in rent. Because sometimes you can even get that land with that money, but we end up paying someone else instead of getting that land. I would like City of Cape Town to emphasize on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Loiso, sorry, CO.
No, it's fine.
I must emphasize that when my brother mentioned that you are not an acting chief, we are proud to see a young person like yourself at the helm of such an institution. So we are very proud of seeing that.
You put him
I
in
wanted
trouble.
to speak to Mr. Kunta. We make it 3-1 now. He deserves a bonus. Mr. Kunta in his office, I was desperate to go to Rwanda for a trade show, and they made it happen within 2 days. So congratulations to Mr. Kunda. He's excelling. To be very brief, Chair. My name is Loiso Manga. I own the first black-owned brand of extra virgin olive oil in South Africa. We've won international awards in New York, Gold, in 2019.
Yeah, boy.
And I think for me, the emphasis is maybe to speak to Mashinga, Lita, and Putlunga on support. Just break down the support element, because in most cases, we're unable to thrive as young people who are venturing into niche markets that are dominated by, let me say, Afrikaans institutions and farming environments. So what type of support And I must say, Mr. Mbata, that we have been listed with Woolworths, which is a dream come true for us.
Yeah.
So we are looking forward to Mr. Mkaza to assist us with SIFA, and Mr. Sida must continue doing the great thing. So support, please, Butlita. Support, support, support. That's what we want.
So we don't know who Mkaza is, but it's fine.
Good evening, all. I'm a representative for Exotic Tastes, and my entire question is to Sister Mashinga. I know Pick n Pay has taken a beating today, and I'm going to add to it, unfortunately. I like the way you started, where you asked how many retailers are from Pick n Pay, and from where I am, just one hand on that side. So I'm going to be specific and selfish. I'm going to directly ask you, because I'm confused, is Pick n Pay taking more retailers or not? I'm sitting with an email here on the 24th of February, and it says we are not. So you said today, let us add to it. I want to know when, because FSA cost me over 500,000 Rand for the accreditation, and I passed 97.1%. That certification is now cancelled. If you are saying to me, yes, try again, how do I get that amount of money to recertify myself so that I am now able to come to Pick n Pay? Thank you.
There's a hero in the house called Alex Kunta. Certification. We got your question. Please proceed, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amina Abrams. I'm the CEO of Exotic Taste. My question is not directed at the panel, but to Minister Stella Abrams. Cedar, Belleville branch, Vanessa Feliz is my business advisor.
Yes.
I take my scarf off to her and to Cedar for the hand-holding that has been happening throughout COVID. So thank you very much for that. I was introduced to the TTF fund of 600,000, did all my applications. This was 1 year and 2 months ago. I submitted all my documentation so that on the 1st of April, when the doors open, it happens and I'm there, I'm ready, set, and I'm ready for the go. Okay, 1 year and 2 months later, we still I don't have any resolution, even though the 600,000 has been converted to 1.2 million. The cheese has moved. The cheese in a small business moves all the time. Okay, our goalpost, the machinery and equipment we needed a year ago has now, we've either sourced it somewhere else or we've needed to make another plan for it, but the cheese moves all the time. My question to the minister, I know everything is localized in Pretoria, but if you can allocate the budget for the regions to the different regions and establish either a central office in each region, say for example the 9 provinces or the 9 regions, or even if you just take the main ones, KZN, Gauteng and Cape Town, and Eastern Cape, okay, and then centralize and then send the budgets to that so that the 1 year and 2 months becomes 6 months, maximum 6 months. Okay, we cannot sustain your long processing time. It is hurting us big time.
You know what I want to say? You see that gentleman that you're giving the mic to?
Yes.
He is the executive STP. He's the one that knows where your TTA application is. So just make sure that you get his number and that he responds to you tomorrow on where your application. He is the guy who holds the check. That guy.
It's a done deal. I've already got that, and I asked him apologies before. The question wasn't directed at him.
No, but I'm just saying, just make sure that he gives you what you've been waiting for.
Okay, I hope
Don't
that-
let go of him.
I hope that the minister would consider seriously having to implement these changes
Yeah.
because it's really affecting us.
Thank you. All right. One more. Thank you.
Molweni, ndinguNombulelo Mgwedli, ndisuka Emfuleni,
Yes.
under Yukita umbrella. Tate Mbatha ndiza kuwe ne.
Yo.
Ndin-
Nesbindi mos. I'm
Ndines-
joking, ngiyadlala, yeah.
Ndinespaza ne.
Mm.
Ya nansi license yami yespaza le. Ya approve. Ndalifumana ikhadi lespaza which is andimbona standard unatsi ku Standard Bank khange ndive ukuthi ukhona. Ndibakruqule utata uQunta pha wenza umsebenzi omhle kakhulu nami ndiyamcongratulate. Ndibadikile ndadika notata uMshweshwe uEmmanuel Mshweshwe. Ndihambile iminyaka ndicela uqonda ukuthi kule meko sikuyo thina singonozpaza sincedakala njani. Sifakile documents zonke ezifunekayo. Nanga amakhadi siwankonyile but awakwazi uactivateka. Uyangapha ku Standard Bank akakwazi uactivate. Sihleli namakhadi ane voucher but asikwazi wasebenzisa. Awabanye aempty akhozi voucher. So asazi ukuthi siyapi. Ndizamile usida ukunantsika but naye wenzile umsebenzi wakhe waphela kulonda waphela kuyo. Sizamile kufona kaphinde kusida zonke indawo ndizamile tata so ndicela ubuza kuwe sincedakala njani thina kule meko singonozpaza. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, that's it. That's it for the night. Colin, when you are doing that with your hands, I'm not sure what you mean. There's two more.
Chair, I'm saying there's two more, yes.
Two more, last two. Okay.
These two and then I'm done.
I can't even see you, Ba.
Okay. Molweni nonke, ngu-Anda Kamthulu, site seKhayelitsha. I'm a founder of MSI Exclusive Shoe Shine and Services. The only company that employ people with disability from disadvantaged communities. Sine mini factory pa apo senza i-footwear. Siyenza shoe shine, nazo zonke ezinye leather goods. Ndifuna ubuza ku-minister nakwi-panel yonke. Ingabi khona na indlela abenosupporta i-business owners or i-entrepreneurs with disability. For umzekelo, I use a wheelchair as an assistive device. So sometimes ndiye ndibe ne-challenge yoba ndifune ndihambile i-wheelchair inengxaki, but is there anything abanoyenza to support entrepreneurs with disabilities for assistive devices? Thank you.
The last one.
Okay, last
Thank
one.
you very much. Bandile Mjela. I'm coming from Forest Village. There in Forest Village, there are vacant, since it's a new place, there are vacant plots there. When I'm going there to the councillor to ask for the senior club in one of these vacant plots, the councillor said he's gonna do this and that, but we don't know where to get the support to get inside in one of these as a disabled and a senior club of Forest Village. Another thing, we are not happy with the law enforcement is chasing away every day there in our small businesses there. We don't know who can help us in small businesses there in Forest Village. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. That was it. And thank you very much. You've been good. I must say that though I feel that, you know, from what I asked earlier on where I said, please don't disappoint me. I'm sitting at 25% correct, 75% incorrect. I will move to the next province. I'm hoping that the 3 remaining provinces will indeed disappoint me. The gentleman at the back, they were discussing issues of what we have for disability, for people living with disability. But the other gentleman was talking about these vacant plots that they would need to access. I think I got it right. So we'll get responses now from our panelists. Then I would just work out the logistics in the main table. While we start with let me start with Mishinga.
Mishinga's going first.
No, let me start with Mishinga, I'll come to you. Let me start with Mishinga. The house was on fire on Mishinga, so that's how I want to start with her. And then I'll move to Lita. There are people here, Lita, that says, while you're saying you don't have guys here, but they're saying they're here. So it's a challenge. Mishinga, go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. I didn't get your name, sister. Can you just tell me what product was it? Okay, perfect. Okay, let's not get in, that's okay. The reason why I want to start with the two most disgruntled people in the room is actually I'm so pleased this happened. I'm very happy to be under fire because we can't be all things to everyone. It breaks my heart every single time I have to say no. And it's not a decision that I make on my own. There's a team of 300 buyers behind me where we pitch these businesses. What I want to appeal to you is the following. We have a long-standing partnership with CEDA. That means that Alex and his team are paying for food accreditation, and you only begin the food accreditation once you're earmarked to supply Pick n Pay. I'm going to ask Marlon to put his hand up. Marlon, you weren't expecting me to do this. Marlon is a seasoned supplier to Pick n Pay. He is an own brand supplier. He has a factory, is a world-class factory. I want you to go and speak to him about what he's had to do in order to maintain his standards and to keep up with accreditation. Marlon, if you don't mind if I say this, what we've begun is we have a fund now at Pick n Pay where we are actually paying for food accreditation because we see that it's very difficult for current suppliers to keep up. I'm so sorry that you got a decline on the 24th of February. I'm very happy to engage you. We are back in office and very happy to take a meeting. Mama, I'm not sure what the details are, but first I want to say I'm so sorry, okay? And I'd love to engage you further in terms of understanding what we did as a company and understanding how we can fix it. I want to move quickly to the accreditation. I've covered that. Loyiso, I actually follow you on LinkedIn, and I was having a discussion with Linta next to me, and I've seen your olive oil, so very happy to take a meeting with you. Simbise, the procedures in terms of clothing, very happy to engage you. Our clothing team is led by Hazel Pillay. Look her up on LinkedIn. She's an amazing leader. And I'm all about calling out women leaders. She has a competition, Simbise, that she runs for up-and-coming designers. I want you to go and Google that and look for it on LinkedIn so you can join. Quickly, Dr. Kuma, there is an organization called 1,000 Women's Trust that we support. Behind you, this lady is not expecting me to do this, is an exceptional entrepreneur. Her name is Ntombi. Ntombi, please put your hand up. Ntombi supports cooperatives in the Western Cape and has been my biggest inspiration and one of the reasons I'm still at Pick n Pay. Tata, I'd like you to please connect with Ntombi, particularly on the sewing program. Buti Mbele on BMF and compliance. Food safety remains a key deterrent to supply Pick n Pay. We have a long-standing partnership with Facts SA, Intertech and Intercom. The reason I'm telling you this, and it goes back to the lady that mentioned her accreditation, we actually know how difficult it is to actually get that. Terence, I recently started engaging Makamisa Foods and your business. Where are you, Terence? I hope he's still here. Guys, Terence supplies the Bidvest Group. They have an exceptional product. And he mentioned the support that he needs. There is a process in place. The email address is smallbusiness@picknpay. I man that email address myself, and I'm actually very happy to engage you further on that. My lovely sister who's doing hair care. Hair care is a growing category. We've seen, I see you've looked up, we've seen a definite uptake in that with our colleagues at Clicks and at Dischem. We have a lovely lady called Ketiwe who's just joined the team that's buying hair care for us, so definitely wanting to talk to you. Go and look on our website on all the hair care brands. I probably listed like 10 hair care brands in the last 12 months, simply because of the beautiful demand in terms of natural hair care and just basically for providing solutions for customers. Rashan, access to mentorship. I think you hit the nail on the head. I want you to please go to pnpmentorship.co.za. We believe in mentorship, particularly in wiser people sharing what they know in business. We heard the gentleman talking about his savings. I would like to invite you to join our mentorship program. We're actually extending that to non-Pick n Pay employees in the next 6 months. And I'd love for you to speak to one of our experts within Pick n Pay. We have 80,000 people that work in our group, and we have people that can consult to you in terms of what challenges you're having. Quickly, registering on a procurement supply chain portal. I think you're on to something, but I'm going to borrow what my colleague, Mr. Mbata, said. What solution are you actually providing? My colleagues at Woolworths, and I know Zinzi very well, we're all trying to do our bit, but our bit isn't enough. That's why the minister is here, and the city is here, and the Western Cape government is here, because together we can do more. Last but not least, access to other opportunities that include inclusivity. You know what, guys? I get this question every single day of my career. And one of the things that has really stood out for me is the entrepreneurs that I have greatest respect for are knocking down the doors. I loved what my gentleman said. It wasn't a hand out, it was a hand up. A lot of the entrepreneurs like Marlon and Ntombi, and it was interesting, I said, who is a current business owner in the room? Then I said, who is supplying retail? Because guys, supplying retail is really difficult. So you can get an opportunity to supply retail, but you go speak to Marlon. It's staying in retail and making sure that you continue to deliver an exceptional product 365 days of the year. That is the challenge. Finally, Shireen, I really liked your question. Shireen, I'm happy to take a meeting with you. Please come to Kenilworth. I think that there's something you said, and it's something that it's a message for every single person that is listening to me. Shireen, there's no such thing as a shortcut. Ask Marlon behind you. It's a marathon. Getting a food accreditation from Pick n Pay opens Spar's doors, Woolworths doors, Checkers doors. Once you have finished, ask Ntombi. We will never break you, but I promise you, we will run with you. Even if you don't supply Pick n Pay, we do not insist on exclusivity. That means we want you to supply our retail partners because we want you to be sustainable. I think I've covered it. I'm going to now hand over to my colleague and friend, Lita.
Thank you very much, Mishinga. So just to build on the shortcut, there is no shortcut in the process of how you go about it. But what we normally say in ESD is that what people sometimes don't get to know is why the ESD office exists. If you go to any house in township, ungangena front, ungangena back. Anyone who gets at the front door gets accepted. But someone can just get at the back door. Our job is to get you at the back door. What that means is we have to first prepare you. And this is where the conundrum between entrepreneurs. They want to supply X. My job is to say, whoa. Let me go first check what you want to supply. What are the criteria? Is what you are bringing in line? Because the problem, once you meet procurement, you only have one chance. And they'll find anything to say no because it's in their nature. It's in their nature. And that's what people say, so you could racialize it or not. It's in their nature. They already got suppliers. If you want to supply nails, they already got someone who's supplying nails. So for you to come, you are just going to add more to their burden that they are already having. So our job is to prepare you, is to look at the gaps and help you. For an example, in agriculture at Tiger, we help you 6 months before the season starts. We go check your farm. We check, is your soil test done? Do you have a right, of use of the land? If you don't, go get it. Because if you go there and you don't have it, once you say no, it's difficult, colleagues, to go back again. Because they've already seen you and your reputation is very questionable. So our job is to prepare you, and 9 out of 10, if you follow, it might take longer than you want because entrepreneurs want everything to be done. Right? And unfortunately, I've seen ESD colleagues who says, you know what, because you don't want to listen to me, I will let you go to the wolves. And the meeting will end within 10 minutes because you'll see by the nature of the questions that you cannot answer, that you are just not ready. You'll already see the mood of the meeting. So the shortcut is using the office to get the intelligence to prepare you better. And once you get that, as I said, for me, some of the farmers take 6 months. Mishinga, you would know. Some of the guys, they work a year. But once they are in, they talk the language. They talk the numbers. They talk the compliance. They talk all the things that we inside the system know they are going to look for. Once you mention those things, half of the battle. And then there's no shortcut then once you're onboarded. That comes with its own drama, right? To come in and make sure that compliance is maintained. So our job, guys, as colleagues, engage with us to get the intelligence first, all right? So for an example, with the Makamisa, I'll do an example. They make sauces, Tiger makes sauces. We've got our own brand that makes sauces, Old Gold, for an example. The engagement with him, looking at what he's doing, might be to ask our colleagues at Tiger, what other new sauce you want to do that our factories cannot do? And then, once I get that information and pass it, can you make this? Not necessarily present what you have, because a like for like might be something that we're already doing, right? That is where the difference becomes, right? I remember when I was at Woolworths, there was a lady, Gladys, she wanted to supply water. I got them through Cedar at Woolies. And when she spoke about a malt drink as a by the way, only to find out Woolies wanted a malt drink. Then we worked with her, guess what? She also supplied Pick and Pay when we started with her. She was really convinced her water would wake dead people. At the end, we said, no, that's where not the opportunities are, the opportunities on this one. So that is what, colleagues, becomes important to do the engagement. Then on the township, I think I've said it, I'm talking to Mko and the team to work with SIFA to come up on the programs that they already have and the department. I've already had a chat with the DG of the department. We want to set up these programs, things that are going to happen this year, right, that we want to start supporting township entrepreneurs. There's 2 ways that we want to do that. Firstly is on the warehousing and supply chain, because that's where the problem is, right? If you go straight to spazas and there is no back end from a warehousing, that's where they're going to still have problems. So part of what we want to do then is to leverage the program the department has already launched that they want to do, but from a Tiger is to help them on the technical side of the retailing, because that's where we know more than the department in terms of the product line, catalog, how to catalog, how to make sure you run your inventories, because that's what we do as a company. But working with the department, we will be able to put a solution. There is something that we are working on, and really we're going to be pushing that. We're going to be landing this in the next 3 months or so, because it needs to be done quick. But also what we've realized is that we also have to factor cooperatives in these models to make sure that we can actually have broad-based, empowerment in the solutions that we are having. But we need to have sessions. Like I said, I want to come back, because the questions that you're asking, one-on-one deliberation, it needs me to be here the whole day. It needs me to have the information first, do my research. When I come back, I give you very proper information. And I'm keen to do that. Why? I can also go home. So there's also a personal play for me to come here. So it's something that we could do. Then on the platforms, I think similar to what Mishing was saying, but the only difference is that in foods, we already got what is called MIP, which is Market Access Platform, where all the big food and bev companies, we're starting to use the same platform to look for suppliers. We also have got a program, a Tiger, right, that we're working with BitHub. It's called the Market Access Program, because what we've realized, knowing about the opportunity is not enough. 9 out of 10, the proposals that are landed to procurement, they look at it within 5 minutes and they throw it away. Because you are competing with companies that have got bid offices. You know, if you're talking bid food, they've got a company, they've got a division that deals with tenders, that deals with pricing, that deals with contestation of opportunities. So part of what we need to do is to make sure your documents are proper. So what we do at Tiger is we first make you aware of the opportunities through the bid up. Once we are aware, we then ask procurement, what do they want to see in your proposal? The only thing we cannot help you is pricing, because that's wrong, right? You need to price it yourself. And then once you submit the document, guess what's going to happen? They're going to ask you to come and present. You find the presentation does not talk to the submission. These are small mistakes that entrepreneurs make. And part of our job is to align your presentation to your, and we also ask procurement, how much of that presentation, of that submission must be presented? Because someone sometimes can come with a 30-page, whereas guys who know the system will come with a 10-page, very summarized. Within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they are done. So these are small things, but they are very material in the procurement space. Then when I think the Koliaka langa bekthethwe ngayo yasezone 3 ekhaya kusezone 3, so I know exactly that plot of land you're referring to. What I would like to talk to you, Tata, obviously you would know it drama by way now you are conflicted, it's in your own township, right? Is that we are going to look at opportunities across as much townships in the Western Cape, but also remember I said across the country, so that we can nitpick which opportunities we can go. But again, that is where we need the collaboration, because we don't have enough resources to do all of them, right? We can look at, you want to set up some form of light manufacturing. I think I spoke about it. That is something, a Tiger, that we are going to be doing. That's one of the things that we could look at. But obviously, I'll have to deal with the issue that is pretty much it's in the same township that I'm coming from. Then in terms of the Atlantis, I think there was an issue around there is a plot of land, there is agriculture, right? What I will do there, which I'm happy to talk to the lady, is that we have partnered with the ARC, right, which is a government entity, that will do the soil test to check what you can plant there, right? And then I'll have to check with my colleagues, what do they buy in that area? Because that's important. Then based on what that comes in, then we'll pull agriculture in. I'm just hoping that, I'm not sure about the land ownership. That's always the drama. So I'll just have to check whether you own the land. So it's something that we can look at. Remember, I did say that we want to drive agriculture. That's our bread and butter as Tiger brand. The olive oil one, where they were talking support, the only thing I'll need to check is which product that we use that use olive oil as an ingredient. That's the only link I can make. If I can make that link, then it's easy for me then to start to kick off the process. Because at Tiger, we link our support to our value chain or supply chain. Somewhat there has to be procurement linked to us. If there's none, unfortunately, there isn't much that I could do. I think I've covered as much as I can in terms of the questions, but I am going to be around if there are any further questions that people want to ask. Thanks. Okay, it's my home province, so I'll give them my number. Yes, I can. Okay, you can email me. I don't know how many have got the agenda, but my email is litha.kutta@tigerbrands.com. Please, guys, .com at the end. LITHA.KUTTA@tigerbrands with an S at the end, .com. Okay.
Don't forget the .com, international stuff.
All right. I just want to highlight the fact that the figures that I have given you in terms of the progress we have made so far, especially from a lending perspective, those are on the alternative lending solutions that we implemented a couple of years ago. So if one looks at the vanilla type of lending, the number's actually huge. Just to give you a sense, there is a client that actually supplies Pick and Pay. We financed 6 million rand last year to purchase equipment to basically to ramp up capacity in their factory. There was a lady who mentioned that we are not in the township nor in the suburbs. It's actually a business that is owned by a colored gentleman. It's a family business. So even in June, the same client, we are giving 8 million rand. We are not taking tangible security. That will hopefully address the collateral piece. So from an alternative lending solutions, as I answer this question, there is a gentleman, I think, I forgot his name, there was asking about credit profiles. So we do check that because the reason we do from a responsible lending point of view, we would like to know how are you servicing your debts, your existing debts, and it's part of our due diligence. Under normal circumstances, if you have a judgment or you are behind on your payments with any credit lender or financed institution, you wouldn't qualify at all, you will be declined right on the spot. Under alternative lending, we find ways to interrogate what happened because some of these things are consequential. In other words, maybe a divorce happened and that impacted the finances of the individual and so on and so forth. So we sit with you to understand what happened, and from a financing perspective, we can help you if you have a viable deal, provided you have the right expertise to run that business, and then we support you. And then we can put conditions in that agreement that say, firstly, you need to settle your debts. Part of the loan we are giving you, settle your existing debts. The idea or the objective is to make sure that your business grows, because we don't want you, after you've settled your existing debt, then you have no business after all. So we look at you holistically, we look at the jockey behind the business, we look at the expertise that you have in that particular industry. If you don't have the right skills in that space, do you have any existing partnerships of an individual that can run that business together with you? So that's very, very important. So to answer your question, say, apologies, I don't remember your name. We definitely look at your credit profile, right? Then there's the other side where we also don't take security, where we do scored lending. In other words, if you bank with ABSA, we look at your existing behavior from a cash in, cash out in your account. We can pre-qualify you for a particular amount depending on your need. The idea is to say, look, if you're looking for commercial asset finance, or you are looking for a truck, or whatever, you're a plumber, you need a small bucky, you could qualify for, let's say, up to R1 million without giving the bank any tangible security. So first important is we have to sit with you, a banker needs to sit with you, identify your need, solution you accordingly, not just give you a product. So just to summarize this point, key part is a conversation is important because we want to understand your journey. Where do you want to take your business? How can ABSA partner with you to get to that level? Very, very key. So we will check your Edgar's accounts and the rest that you are doing, right? Then the second thing I want to highlight is around, somebody mentioned at the back, support. Everybody talks about support. What support? I did use an example that quite a number of SMMEs, sometimes they struggle, and I've been in the SME space for quite some time. You ask somebody a simple question, why have your expenses increased by 15%, right? Especially, let's say, salaries as an example. Someone will say, speak to my accountant. And for me, that's already a concern because you are the business owner, you are asking me to speak to your accountant. It's either you've increased the payroll or you've employed more staff. It's as simple as that. So you need to understand your financials. You don't need to be a chartered accountant, but you need to understand what's going on in your business. If your turnover is growing by 20%, what happened? What did you do differently? Did you acquire new business or did you increase your pricing? What actually took place? So those are the things that are important. So from a support perspective, if we find those gaps, we actually assist you to be part of our enterprise development to say, we are going to partner with an accounting firm or a business development firm to help you in terms of that. The other element that normally hits SMMEs is around pricing. For us as ABSA, we are not excited just because you got a tender with the city. We would like to know, is this viable? Are you making money out of this? So we actually interrogate your projections and we look at your future cash flows. When you are paid by the city and you pay your salaries and the rest of your expenses, is there money left for you? And if there's no money left for you, you are excited about pricing down to get the tender, we're not going to get involved. So those things are extremely important. You might say, look, the bank does not want to help me. We want to help you, but we want you to do the right business. Just to cover that point, we are speaking to other service providers because we've realized the pricing element is a key component that hits a lot of people because everybody wants to do business with government and the rest. But from a pricing element, you actually price yourself down such that you're not making money. And now you need to move to the next project, you don't have sufficient capital. So that's key for us. Another point I would like to make is that as you make money, it's also critical that you reinvest money in the business. If you've been around for 15 years, there is no equity in your balance sheet. It becomes a critical conversation from the bank, especially if you've been profitable and you're taking money, you're buying exotic cars and stuff like that. We may decline you on that basis because you're not applying money back into the business to grow your business so that you come to ABSA and say, ABSA, now Pick n Pay gave me a 10 million rand contract, now I'm looking for the 20 or whatever to support you. And then lastly, on the finance piece, we under alternative lending solutions, we can give you up to 15 million rand without security. 15 million rand, provided that you have the right skill, you have the right project, it's profitable, you're the right guy for the job. We can help you with that, right? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You will not find that under normal lending. We do only that under alternative lending solutions. How do we create awareness around those solutions? Just to give you a sense, David, my regional head, is here. We are currently busy.
Guys, can you please give him a chance? The noise level is too high now. Thank you.
We are in the process from a Western Cape and Eastern Cape point of view of appointing an alternative lending specialist who's going to make sure that internally our bankers are aware, because what we don't want you to go to a Caledon branch and you say, hey, look, I was here at that event and I'm looking for 10 million and the bankers move roles and so on. So we want to make sure internally there is enough awareness. Also on our website, if you go onto our website, you'll find that information. Just to give a sense, we cover all sectors except agri. There is a separate solution for agriculture. If you want to buy shares into a profitable farm or whatever the case may be, we can help you from a deal structuring perspective. The figures I'm giving you do not include some of the things that we do in CIB with big corporates. We call that value chain banking. There's a separate credit policy that governs that. I'm just sharing with you some of the things that we do from a relationship banking perspective. What that means is that businesses that turn over SMME from, let's say, 1 rand to about 1.5 billion rand per annum. So that's the space we play in. Anything above that goes to corporate investment banking. There are other solutions in that space where they speak to corporates to provide solutions, either training or supplier finance, so that there is an ecosystem between the bank, the corporate, and the SMME. So if you would like to further engage on those matters, please speak to me after this. Then there is a gentleman who spoke about automotive sector. I think it was Mzugisi. You applied to ABSA in January. I'm very much aware of that program. We have had some challenges in that space. Some SMMEs were saying, look, we didn't apply to ABSA. We applied at CEDA and small business, so we don't want to talk to you. But I would actually ask you to please speak to me after this so that we can solve your problem, right? But I'm very aware of that.
I think I've pretty much covered compliance. Someone spoke about compliance. One of the things we do under BDS, which is Business Development Support, is to help you comply. So you've got the right service provider. We pay the money to actually train you on how you become funding ready from a compliance perspective. Thank you.
I think there were two questions for me as MTN. The one was from the young man over there about his clothing brand and how he gets to do business with MTN. I think one of the success stories is Batu Shoes. Theo Beloy came to us when he was still working out of a garage, and we bought 400 pairs of shoes from him for all of our store staff. That was one of his first big orders, and we still supply him and Drip. So we open, come and speak to me after this. We obviously supply T-shirts for our staff in stores, and we're happy to see how we can help you on your journey. And then to the young lady over there from, I think it's Googs FM, ma'am, we have a youth program called Pulse, and this is where we're looking at young influencers and people that are making a difference in their communities. We've got a relationship with the likes of Radio Zibonele, so I'm happy to chat to you, get your details, and see how we can also facilitate for you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that everyone has a problem asking questions. I think because when I look at the challenges that we have, when I look at the opportunities that there is currently in South Africa, corporates and government, I don't think that there's ever been so much funding, support, and opportunities for businesses than what there is right now. And that is the honest truth. When you look at everything that is available for you, but when we ask, what I'm hearing is, give me, give me, give me, give me. I want, I need, but this is not how we ask. This is not how we ask, because everyone that's sitting here on my left and right, they're from big companies, but they have a job, and their job is to spend their budgets on certain things. So when we ask, we need, instead of asking, give, 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 we should be saying, how can I help you spend your budgets? Because that is what we really need to do. We need to look at the criteria that is there. Everyone has criteria. They're giving money away, but there is criteria that they need to do. So we are helpful people, aren't we? And we're going to help them. And I know that once you get your big contract from Pick and Pay, she's going to give you your 10 million in contact, and she's going to say, thank you very much for helping me. And this is what we need to do. The opportunities is there for the city of Cape Town. Those that saying they're struggling, there's programs every single month, online, face-to-face. You need to understand, yes, you need to ask, and if you don't get the support, well, you just ask again, and ask again, and ask again, because we are entrepreneurs. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're learning quite a lot of things, and that was one last point that just says there's money to be spent. Just knock so that then the money can be spent. Help us spend the money. Help NEF spend the money. Help the city of Cape Town spend the money. Help ITC spend the money. Help CIFA spend the money. Definitely help CEDA spend the money. I don't want to see money going back, to Treasury. So help us spend this money. And definitely your business has to be correct and has to be right. You play your part, we play our part, everything moves. The CEO of CIFA wants to respond to one or two questions. He's the one that he later referred as Bramko. He's the same guy that Loiso referred as Baz. So we don't know that he's my boss at SIFA side, so I don't know those names. I just know him as Mr. Machamba.
Thank you, Ngosi. Well, it depends which part of the country you grew up in. Mxolisi is a name where if you are in Cape Town, it's Mxo. If you are in Mthatha, it's Mgaza. If you are in Tanzania, it's Xaxa. And so don't get confused. It depends. Same person. Good evening, colleagues, Deputy Minister, MEC, and all the protocol observed. I just want to be quick. I don't want to waste your time. It's too late. Loiso, olive oil, I have your application. It's in the process. We spoke last week. Done. And then the issue of the spaza shop cards, colleagues. When we started this program with Standard Bank, people were given cards. And then once the card is loaded with cash, Standard Bank sends an SMS. Now people change cell phone numbers, this thing of SIM swap thing. They never go back to the bank and update their profiles. Standard Bank now is sitting with money there. They send WhatsApps, there's no response. So to the lady who says she's sitting with an empty card, I'm going to ask the team to take your details so that we can follow up. Two things with spaza shops. We were giving people a grant and credit. All what people did, they went to fetch the grant and they never wanted to take the credit. So if you've taken your grant, you're not going to get another grant. And to address that challenge, we've decided now to cut the banks out. We're going to give the credit and the grant to the suppliers. That is the wholesalers. Because most of the people said, I don't want to deal with the bank. I want to go and get at macro, if it is macro, my groceries for the spaza shop. And we said, fine. What we'll do, we're going to give this money now. Actually, we're going to give the guarantee and the grant element to the suppliers so that you don't go to the bank, you go straight to the suppliers. Standard Bank is scaling down on the spaza shop. Nedbank is rolling out the spaza shop support aggressively. Whilst we speak, because what you can't do, you can't shut down that process before you negotiate and conclude the deals with the wholesalers. So, madam, if Standard Bank is not responsive, but also to avoid double dipping, we're going to take the Standard Bank database and give it to Nedbank, and take the Nedbank database, give it to Standard Bank, so that nobody becomes mischievous and double dip. So that work is continuing. To the colleague who talks about the auto support program, we are working on that issue to resolve it with ABSA. The approach that we're taking, colleagues, we're working aggressively with the banks. Because number one, they've got the network, they've got the systems. So there were some glitches at ABSA, and we're actually unblocking those glitches. The money is still there. In fact, we've increased it from 500,000 to 1 million for the whole township and rural enterprise support program. So don't give up. We would like to have your details, and we will deal with that issue. The issue of applications, the time, what called the turnaround times, has been an endless complaint. We have actually piloted a system in the Youth Challenge Fund where we are automating the application process. We've picked up that there was some level of corruption where there were certain individuals outside the system who are preparing applications for SMMEs, and then they charge them between 15 and 25,000 for that. And then when they get the money, they want a certain percentage of the loan. Now we said we're going to close the loop. We are automating, we're giving now the application process entirely the control to the applicant. We've tested it with the Youth Challenge Fund. It seems to work. Next month, we're going to be rolling it out in all of our projects to ensure that you are in control of application. We know there are those who are going to continue doing that process. We employed some IT specialists to do what we call baselining. We are going to be able to tell you through the algorithms that we're going to develop that this business plan was developed by the same individual. Look at it with a tooth comb. This business plan comes from this particular IP address of this laptop. Look at it with a tooth comb. We're going to use artificial intelligence to deal with our corruption, and we're going to block it, you know. On the issue of Atlantis, I think the city of Cape Town will deal with that. And except to say that I've worked there. I developed that concept for the Atlantis FCZ in my other life. There are serious opportunities there. What we need to do, and I must submit, the city of Cape Town of all the provinces was the one was very, very aggressive in releasing land for business. And hence we were able to drive that SCZ with speed. But the issue is to practically develop and leave the backward linkages between the SMMEs and corporates. That is the aggressive work that we need to do if we were to see the link between the SMMEs and corporates. Those backward and forward linkages are going to be very, very critical. Later, you know, we're working on that one, and I'm certain by June this year, we should be doing business with Tiger Brands and SMMEs. Thank you.
All right. I think my job for the night is done. Thank you very much, CEO of SIFA. I would like to just make, before I thank my panelists, there was a question, CE, about the support for the businesses that were impacted by COVID. There's a program called Business Recovery Program, MEVA. You can still, if you go to the SIFA website, you will find it, and then you will be able to apply. It's more easier on the criteria, but also the interest rate, and there is a grant element to it just to support businesses that were impacted by COVID. Obviously, you have to show that. I think from my side, issues of compliance and issues of training, SIDA, you saw Mr. Kunta coming up. I think he hired a bus and he planted his people here. You know, so I'll do a forensic audit on that before the bonus can come, because this line was just his line and he happened to sit on the same line, so I must audit him. But otherwise, it's been great. You've been great, great audience, and I want to thank the panelists. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your time. Again, when we call you, Ningadinwa, keep on coming. We thank you very much. As the minister comes, simshayeleni izandla.
Thank you so much, Director of the program, and good evening to all of you who are here, of course. Greetings to the Deputy Minister of the Department of Small Business Development, and the MEC, my longtime friend and colleague, David, and of course, a special friend, the alderman himself, James Foss. Good seeing you, Lance, the deputy, again. Greetings to the leadership of the department as led by the Director General, with the agencies that are under our portfolio. Greetings to all public officials that are here. Greetings to, the panelists, the honorable members of Parliament, of the legislature who have joined us, but a special greeting to you hustlers. Hi, hustlers. How are you this evening? It's been a long day, right? Now your beds are missing you. Let me take this opportunity firstly to thank the officials and colleagues of this beautiful province for a warm welcome. Thank you so much, Mphathiswa and your team. Of course, this is the 6th province since we have undertaken these road shows. We've crisscrossed the country, and until yesterday, we landed in Mossel Bay, and we listened to small businesses of that area. We got to understand and discuss the distress by both the municipality and the small businesses. You do know that COVID has not only affected government, but affected all of us. But besides COVID, there are other matters that frustrate all of us, both as policymakers and those that are supposed to be beneficiaries of the work that we do. When we arrived in Mossel Bay, as we engaged, we got to hear Mr. Maynard about the current challenges that are faced by Petro SA and the impact that its closure will have to the small businesses. They were applauded for unbundling their value chain and allowed the SMMEs to participate through business development, but also in the actual participation in terms of them being subcontracted. Now, it is a pity that we find ourselves where we are. But of course, ours is not to cry, ours is not to complain, but ours is to look at a bigger picture, because we're talking about small businesses that have been given an opportunity in terms of business development skills, as I said, exposure, including the products that they were offering to Petro SA. What do we do now to expand beyond Petro SA? How do we make sure that even us seated here, we do not develop products mainly for one customer, but try to diversify? And all of that requires all of us, both the public service, all the 3 spheres of government, but the private sector at the center of it. Our contribution to the GDP as government is only 30%, and 70% lies in the hands of the private sector, which therefore becomes very critical that these partnership dialogues do not become one of the talk shops or talk shows, whichever you prefer, but to make sure that they can be a realization of a vision that must be shared by all. Of course, as I had said earlier and repeatedly so, those that have listened to me, we make reference, as the DM also mentioned, to the National Development Plan, Honorable Maynard, which gives us a very huge task as the small business development portfolio, a task we do not fail, that of ensuring that by 2030, out of the 11 million envisaged by the National Development Plan, 9 million must come from small businesses. I said this is a huge task that we dare not fail. And as I'm saying that, it is 2022, and Stats SA has released the results that we're now sitting at 13 million. This therefore requires us to sit down, do an analysis of all these policies and interventions that we've tried to employ. Are they really hitting the target? We may have the great policies and the interventions, but if we're not yielding the intended results, all of that is waste. Right now, there is one thing that I'm certain all of us agree with, that we need to create jobs. And for us to create jobs, we've got to grow the economy. Of course, at times you see us throwing stones and words to each other when we're in the honorable house, as Honorable David Maynard mentioned. But at the center of it, whilst people are looking at us as if we are ready to kill each other, but when things matter, we do know why we are here. And we're here only to serve our people, because we are about representing the public of South Africa that has been chosen in a democratic process. What does that mean? That we proudly claim to represent the public of South Africa, whilst we're talking of another strata that has been excluded in the economy. Who are we representing? Are we representing a particular strata? Or, as we have said, we strive to ensure that we build an inclusive economy. And for us to do that is to focus on what matters. And what matters is not us politicking. What matters is us sitting here and saying, what do we need to do? What must we unlearn? If you had all the panelists that were talking here, great things that they're talking about, but why are we talking about an economy that is not transformed? Why are we talking about small businesses that do not have access to market? Why are we talking about small businesses that are struggling to get access to funding, even with everything that we have said? This tells that we may be coming up with great strategies, but the tactics are not working, which is why it's important for us to gather here and listen to those that are the real economic freedom fighters, the entrepreneurs who knock on each and every door, face rejection, an application that has been sent, declined when you're fortunate for it to be responded to, without any reason, and having to go back home and explain, why have you spent all this time and you're bringing nothing? We didn't have daddy, we didn't have mommy, we didn't have a son or daughter, because you're busy going up and down, but what are you bringing? These are the people who never give up because they believe in what they have. David comes here and quotes Steve Jobs. And as he's seated there, I'm like, hey, that Steve is speaking like that because he has never been in this government. Because if he has been, he was gonna know that there are frameworks that can allow us to be crazy, right? It doesn't matter if you wanna disrupt the status quo, but there's the framework that says, we've been doing things like this. This is how we have to do things. It doesn't matter if the framework belongs to 2008 or 2006. It's the reality of the bureaucracy that we have, whether at times we're talking about the public service, but also the private sector that's also comfortable with what they are doing currently, as much as also at times they are scared to take risks. This is the reality that we really need to unlearn. Certain cultures that have not taken us anywhere. The frameworks have been there, and we're talking about this high number of unemployment. We're talking about the fact that we have not done much for small businesses. The monies have been there, the frameworks were there, the private sector with their enterprise development strategies were there, but it has not worked. We need to change how we do things. And the only way to change how we do things, as I said, is to unlearn that has not worked for us, but be prepared to learn that must take us to the future, a future that must ensure that we build an inclusive economy. A future that must ensure that we do not experience what we've seen in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, because trust me, if we remain rigid like this, we're gonna face lots of uprisings, and people are gonna choose not to listen and trust us anymore, but to take what they think is theirs. I heard others coming here, we don't want people in Atlantis if you're coming outside. You are not an acting CEO. Banna. This is a business meeting. You don't come here and create your own laws. We have to be law-abiding citizens irrespective of the challenges that we go through, and that requires us to participate at that level that governments affords to us to be able to make an impact on the policies that we make. It starts with the IDP, Papa. You participate there. You get to understand what the municipality is planning. You get to understand what is the LED strategy of the municipality, what is the economic growth of the province, because once you understand, therefore you're able to identify your opportunities. You are looking at the challenges that your people are faced with and providing solutions. I think he said, you don't sell the product. There's somebody who mentioned that there. Don't sell the product. What do you sell? That is what we want to hear. That if people are complaining about our turnaround times at SIFA, then come to us with a solution. Don't come to us and tell us what we know. We're frustrated every day. I told you this is the 6th province, and we've been listening to this. So what is it that you're proposing that we do differently that you must sell to us so that we change what we know? You're not getting that CO because we want to have easy access to our products. There remains people responsible for that. Of course, as I mentioned, that we arrived yesterday in Mossel Bay. We did the work that we did. We proceeded to Cape Town, and as James mentioned earlier, this morning we spent time in Khayelitsha with the informal traders, wherein we were handing over some equipment. We then proceeded to Kualanga to see those that have been unfortunate, and we had the fires that destroyed their homes. You call it homes, right? Are they fit to be called homes? David? All right, but nevertheless, yeah. But at the center of this is us coming back to saying, as we work with the informal sector, what is it that we need to do? We contribute 300 billion rands as the informal sector to the GDP. But the question is, who are the ones that are making profit out of that? As we continue to be resellers of whatever that already exists, how do we look into the ecosystem that must make sure that this money can circulate amongst ourselves, whilst we're looking at the banks that continue to reject the informal settlement and therefore leaving our people unbanked? What is it that we need to do together? Of course, today we only have ABSA. We don't have others. There's lots of great programs, but all that we need to do is to sit down and have a dialogue. If you are saying the informal traders contribute 300 billion rands, we've got to look at the ecosystem. I like mentioning this one, Sis Nomi, because I like being beautiful. So I always ask, where does this red lipstick come from? The makeup that the ladies are wearing, the weaves. Have we ever looked at that? Because when we buy, our partners and spouses also contribute. But who is the end target? Or ours is to continue to consume for our beauty. It was mentioned here that there are those that are trying in terms of having access to the markets, but reality is that even when products are produced, we still do not have confidence in them as South Africans. We don't believe in our own products the olive oil that is produced here in the Western Cape, and many other products. How many of you are consuming that? Many people opt to look for, I don't know if they are popular, but the foreign products. Whilst we understand that we are part of the globe, but it shouldn't be at the expense of domestic investment. That's why even on the engagements that we have, when we talk about access to markets, we are engaging with DTIC to say it couldn't be correct that we can continue to prioritize certain products that we have capacity to produce in South Africa. There's something wrong. I like making an example, maybe because you are better people who have never been to the Chinatown. There's a Chinatown here in the Western Cape. There by Pelican Park or Grassy Park. And the other one in, yes, you know, right? And when you go there, they sell everything that we make, but in a copied form. And it is you that buys from there. And then you come and complain that the economy is not growing. How is it going to grow if the money is not invested in South Africa? How is the economy going to grow if we choose the cheaper at the expense of building wealth for the next generations, and therefore make sure that we put an end to the artificial economy that we're driving? We really have to learn to have confidence in our products. As the department, we partner with Proudly SA in order to encourage both big businesses that must learn to unbundle their value chains and give space to new innovations which mainly come from small businesses. Whilst we understand that at times we have long-term existing contracts, but we do believe that you can do better and increase your zeros if you were to give an opportunity to small businesses. But also if you are patriotic businesses that want to make sure that indeed our economy grows. One thing that happens when the economy grows is that those that are looking at profit, their zeros increase in terms of the bank balance. And of course, we also get our share because our people get happy, David, and when they're happy, they go and vote nicely. So it's a two-way process. It's meant to ensure that we address the challenges of the people that we lead whilst we're solving the challenges that are there at leadership level, but also making sure that there's a socio-economic impact out of everything that we do. We launched the BioCity Hub today, a partnership between national government, provincial government, and local government, and the private sector. And for us, this presents a new hope and opportunity to say, indeed, we are beginning to be futuristic in terms of wanting to claim the space in the new economy, wherein South Africa will not continue to just consume what is there, but also to invent and be able to expand and help other sister countries in Africa and in the globe. I must say we take pride that we are associated with that, as much as I had some of you complaining about us, CEDA, CIFA, and whoever that you complained about. But at least there are those little things that we're doing very well. Now the question is, how do we make sure that where there's a success story, we scale up? It shouldn't be about 1 million SMMEs, because if we share a hit and run, there's no sustainability. But if we are focused to say, at least we will take this one and make sure that by the time we leave him or her, he's on another level, that he's able to bring others as he rise. Then that's a great story to tell, to say, David and James, during our term, we were able to produce 5 SMMEs in a particular sector that have grown to be medium businesses. And of course, after that lens, we transfer them to the Minister of Oligarchs, right? Trade and industry. They go and become whether black industrialists or whatever, but we would have done our part. At least a story that we're told, and people that could be able to create opportunities, not only for those that are looking for employment, but others that can come and be innovative and be subcontracted by other small businesses. This is what we need to do. As we come here, we always say it is important that when we close the roadshow, we have this partnership dialogue, so that we expose all of us in terms of saying, we are saying we're funding small businesses, but there's somebody who says, for 1 year, 2 months, 1 year, 2 months, I've been waiting for a response. There's somebody who says, I spent 500,000 and my accreditation got cancelled. This requires us to change, go rethink the tactics, because definitely there's something wrong in a person who thinks it's okay that you don't respond to an application for 6 months. I'm not even going to a year. And you are assisting small businesses. Whilst I'm saying that, I want to applaud the province of the Western Cape for doing very well in terms of paying small businesses within 30 days. Very few provinces that are managing to do that. And this is how small businesses die. That even those that do have an opportunity to render a service, they die without getting their money because they could not pay for their lease agreement, they could not pay back CFA's money because they took a loan, they could not pay their suppliers, they could not pay their employers. And now, their employees, now they are not trusted even by their suppliers. And tomorrow when they get an opportunity, nobody wants to touch them. They have an opportunity, but there's nobody to supply because they can't be trusted. This must therefore say there's a need for us to be ethical in doing business. If we get paid to pay small businesses, we've got to understand that the same way we feel when our salaries are not paid. I mean, like, I check it's after 2. I haven't had a message on my phone. I'm like, are they out of their minds? Why is it after 2 and they have not received my money? By the time they explain it's a system glitch, hey, I'm not a happy person. Now imagine for somebody who has therefore rendered a paid-for service and not getting his or her money, or having to go and pay somebody to process the payment. We are complaining and we are trying at the same time to do everything in our best to really do away with these selfish tendencies in order to bring back the integrity of government and the private sector. Because most people, when we talk about these tendencies, they think government only. And reality is that the corruption that we're talking about, as I said, 30% only contribution from government, 70% is in the private hands. It takes 2 to tango. Now, how do we make sure that as we do business, we ensure that we instill proper ethics so that by the time we want to expand our service to our sister countries, we can be trusted. We're not a company that comes and people say, yo, those ones, they like to bribe. You know, their countries will not accept that thing because of their religion. But again, if you are used at getting things got back door, you will not even understand why, even when they beg you, no, you must wait for us to advertise. Because you are used at getting things your way, you even forget that there are people who will not adhere to that. But it deals with lots of reputation on the company that you are owning and leading, and it has really negative implications, not only to yourself, but to the country that you represent or the city that you represent. Today, we listened to panelists who were talking about success of the businesses they present. And of course, we do agree that success is possible as long as we continue to work together. Our mantra is that we have to coordinate in order to collaborate for effective execution. Whilst we understand that each company is looking for profit, but unhealthy competition destroys businesses. Big companies have seen it. That's why you'll find that this company is owned by so many shareholders that belong to other companies. Diversification in the services they are offering, so that they can pick one thing from the other, learn one thing from the other. If they lose on the other side, they're able to catch it on the other side. But if we seated here, as Tiger Brands mentioned, the opportunities that are there and Pick and Pay, if you think when Pick and Pay says suppliers with grade whatever eggs, you think it only talks to the eggs that you have. You do not think that if Pick and Pay says, I'm gonna need 100,000 eggs a day, and you know that you're not going to be able to produce those, it means you must reach out to others in the same industry like yourself so that you join hands and be able to supply Pick and Pay or whoever. It means MEC in our economic growth development programs and policies, when we allow people to come and invest in our provinces and cities, we ought to make sure that there's space for domestic investment. If you're coming here to sell fish and chips, you must know at least we have the potential to provide you with potatoes, because we can farm those. All we need is for you to tell us which grade, which whatever that you need, because we do respect the standards of the companies and everything. And CEDA and other partners are there to make sure that we help you meet those requirements. But if our economic development strategies are silent, we will find investors that are coming here to do business, take the money, but only employ people. Fortunate enough if they employ South Africans. And as they do that, they take all the money. They do not even buy assets here in the Western Cape. I'm making an example. Which means we would have failed not only ourselves, but failed the province, the country, and the people that we are leading. Because it's important that our economic development strategies are very clear on what we need to do for the people who pay rates to us first. They are our primary responsibility. If we take pride in only ensuring that our local businesses get 30%, as much as we understand there are those that are not even compliant with that, but I don't think we're doing justice to small businesses that must create 9 million jobs, and you want to give them 30% of your budget. You have 77 billion rands, and you're comfortable with 30% that must remain in the Western Cape. Where must the 70% go to? Whilst you have people who are paying everything, including putting you into office. These are the discussions, as uncomfortable as they are, that unfortunately we have to engage on if we are to grow these economies. The economy of this country is really centralized in 3 provinces, not necessarily 3 provinces, it's 2, because KwaZulu-Natal is just Durban. It's the Western Cape, it's Gauteng, and Durban. And I like going back to the July incident. What happened in Durban and Gauteng last year really hit the economy of this country the hardest. And we ought to have learned from that to say, how do we make sure that we do not only centralize things in the metro in the Western Cape, but also reach out to the rural districts of this area in the event one day people pick up from what had happened in KZN? Are we able to protect and bring the balance in the province? That we know that those rural districts have a potential. If they don't have, we do as the Chinese do. We take from those that have, and we contribute to them for particular products that must help us as Western Cape. And this will therefore take us to what we are doing as the Department of identifying certain products that must be reserved for small businesses. We're not very happy with the 30% that others are still disputing. We want certain products to be reserved, to be procured from small businesses, and you be allowed to compete against each other. You can never afford to compete with big businesses on pricing, because this is what this procurement policy says. They must go for a cheaper price, and in the end, they must justify if they're taking one that is expensive. That time you are made to compete with people who are incentivized, and small businesses are not incentivized in this country. And this is why we are engaging both the Department of National Treasury, the Department of Trade and Industry, including labor, to say there's something that we need to do. As we talk about the compliance, the regulatory compliance that we talk about, because there's government money that must be accounted for, but it shouldn't be too costly. And we understand that time for small businesses is money. Now, if you're gonna spend the whole day running around chasing a tender from the city you must go to SARS because your tax clearance certificate has lapsed, then the bank has closed your account, and labor wants another thing. You must go to the internet cafe and print a 48-page document from CIFA. When are you really gonna chase money? As you're busy chasing the papers right now. And this is why we agreed with the president that there's a need to appoint a TSA for red tape, Mr. Ngosi. Somebody that must coordinate all of us, because whether we like it or not, as the Department of Small Business Development, we will never be able to come and make bylaws or be responsible for zoning. We'll never be able to give to small farmers, we won't be able to give them water licenses when they need them, when they need land. And this is work that requires all of us, hence it needed to be elevated to the highest office in the land, and President appointed Mr. Ngosi, because we are saying time is against us. As I said already, we're sitting at 13 million unemployed people. If we're gonna think we must wait for Department of Small Business Development, and then we go to Parliament, and then we take 26 months to develop a law, a legislation, when are we gonna deal with the red tape? If we're not appreciative of the fast-moving environment that we're operating in. And this requires you, as the constituency, to raise your voice, stand up, and be supportive, including choosing your battles in the legislations that we bring. At least there should be somewhere where we agree on legislation to say this clause does not represent us, or it's prohibiting small businesses from participating meaningfully in the economy. Therefore, we can just agree, let's fast track, bring your expertise, and then we bring and express legislation in Parliament. And we shock everyone, David, that your Parliament passed a law in 9 months. We make history because that 9 months will translate to a longer term of beneficiation by the intended beneficiaries of the legislation. But at the end of it, it will transform things and give an opportunity to small businesses to be able to play their part. And that part is to ensure that jobs are created and the economy grows. Otherwise, without that, we're not gonna be changing anything. We're gonna come back here in 3 years, you're gonna change government, it's gonna be the same until we deal with these things collectively. That is why we emphasize the coordinate in order to collaborate for effective execution. I said the challenges that we're faced with do not need us to politic. You see myself and the colleagues on that table. we are in the business of politics. That's why when we come to these gatherings, we don't want people speaking politics because we speak those things, we do those things every day. You are in the politics of business. And if you do not have an appreciation that you think you can come and chant slogans here because you want people to cheer, you are the wrong place. You're not supposed to be in business. You've got to scrutinize the politics of business in order to influence us in the business of politics, because one way or other, we're gonna impact on your business. Hence, I said, you've got to start participating at that level wherein we introduce a bylaw. When we're saying we are gazetting, as we have done as the department, in terms of gazetting the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development Plan that looks at coordinating efforts and the interventions that we need to bring in order to make sure that small businesses can participate in our economy meaningfully. But if you are not going to make comments on that, those that are smart, those that will not want to give opportunity to small businesses, they will come and contradict it or make their views. And unfortunately, when the teams look at whatever, they look at the submissions, and majority has said. And that's what will find expression in the master plan of master plans. So it's important that we interrogate everything in our ecosystem. But if we do not understand the ecosystem, we're not able to do so. We've got to make it our business to understand the ecosystem we operate in. That's why I'm saying, because I like being beautiful, the first thing I check, where does this red lipstick come from? And if all of us do that to say, I love dressing smart, I love eating nice food, where does it come from? How much has been spent that comes from your area that create an opportunity, just like your cushy clothing and everything. We have lots of people who are producing clothes, right? But they're not good enough for us. No, we want Gucci. In Gucci, which is not a sin. We love it. We've got to buy it if we afford it. We can't apologize for it. But what is that we can find and contribute in Gucci? We're good in terms not only of whatever that we produce from the land, but we've got beautiful animals. We are meat lovers also. The skin that every weekend gets to be thrown away. Can't we engage Gucci and say, in the enterprise development of whoever or of the municipality, we're gonna have a tannery and we're gonna engage those ones that love their meat, that go and do these functions to say, just donate the skins. And therefore we just request Gucci, just the belt, where you button the bag, at least you can use this as the strip. And then in every Gucci bag worldwide, South Africa will have a mark. But I don't want to talk to the story of the Mercedes-Benz in East London. South Africa's great story, assembling Mercedes-Benz. But what is South African about the Mercedes-Benz? No software, not even leather seats. All we do is to drive it. We are Mac people. And this honestly requires us to be innovative and say, we are appreciative of the fact that we don't have what you have, but there is this that we have that we can add value on. Simple thing, for example, if I was a language expert, they have all the technology they have in the software in Mercedes-Benz, but none of those are translated to South African languages. What happens when I'm not learned and I want to drive their car? I have a particular disability. I need the assistance with the car. Things that our people can think about and do to say the Siri of the car, as that lady screams, turn left, no, I said right. At least he or she can be, she can do that in our own language. Have you ever thought about that? And this talks to what we have already or what we know. But if we want to perfect it, is to reach out to the partners that are here to say, assist us to make sure that we can make sure that even if it's a foreign investment, but it can have a South African character. And that can happen when we work together and understand the ecosystem that we're operating in. I want to say thank you for taking your time and joining us, and for the positive deliberations that you have made. Indeed, we're gonna leave here being better people as we go back to interrogate the policies that we have. I said this is the 6th province. There's lots of things that we have learned in the process that we need to change from our organization as we talk about building the capacity of the state, which has forced us, as I said, we've been going through to say, no man, we realize, we must be honest. We just don't have this capacity to do all of these things. Therefore, the only way to go is through partnerships. We're looking for partners so that we can be able to deliver on this mandate. Otherwise, by ourselves, we're not going to be able to do it. That's the reality that we have. And in these partnerships, we know that, of course, everybody will have his or her own interest, but at the center of it is ensuring that whatever that we do must lead us to an economy that will transform, grow, and create jobs. Then you can have your share if that has happened. Because at least that is one thing that should unite us as this generation that we are today. We are committed in ensuring that we provide funding and shortening the turnaround times. We will be developing a digital platform, although they're taking too long. That's one thing about government, right? They sit here, they listen to every challenge, but still they will continue with what they have, as if we did not come here and we'll meet here and then you are screaming at us. And they take too long to do the things that must help them improve on service. People have been complaining about disintegrated systems, about our turnaround times, since we started these road shows, but up to now, we're coming here, we still talk about that. They've not done anything around that. If they've done it, it has not worked, hence we are still talking about it. But nevertheless, we're gonna keep on pushing, because indeed we do need agile officials. Actually, we need activist accounting officers, not who just want to remain in office and do what is there, what the textbook told them. We need people who go on the ground so that if you are a CFO designing a procurement policy, you see if it will work for your people. We need accounting officers that understand that it goes beyond what we have said here on the Township and Rural Enterprise Program. We forgot to list the funeral parlors for one to go on the ground and know that people are dying and they need to be buried. And for them to be buried as a funeral parlor, therefore see how you fit it in your whatever, because your responsibility is on small business development. Therefore, you see how you deal with the framework. Without that, we're not gonna go anywhere. But as I said, we will keep on pushing and using and engaging with all of you to help us make the noise and force all of us that are getting paid to develop small businesses to do what is right for small businesses, not for us. The policies that we develop, framework and everything, shouldn't be inward looking. They have to look at you. We are where we are because of the policies that are inward looking, because we want to make these, produce lots of papers, we've met targets, but dololo impact. It means they have not worked, right? So there's a need for agility amongst all of us, including you, entrepreneurs, that when we say we have simplified a process and therefore submit an application for the Youth Challenge Fund, please submit all the documents that we asked you to submit. Don't want the CIFA officials to be calling you to say, hey, the bank statement or the bank account that you have submitted has been closed. They are not call center agents, right? They have to process your applications. Now, if they're gonna spend time calling you, reminding you of what was listed, that it is required for your application to go through. Now we don't even have a case to come and blame them. Because if you had submitted everything and they're not responding to you, these days it's very easy. We camp on social media when we have time. You just take us there. I know the names that you call us. Don't think that we bothered. So you go there, whilst you're gonna call us the names, but give us your challenge to say, you had said your department does this, but up to now it's 90 days or whatever, and it has not happened. And then we run after them to say, why are you making us liars? Because I'm not gonna go and change the system, right? I can make the policy, that's my responsibility, but others must implement it. And where they don't implement, I take reports. That's the unfortunate thing about this job of ours. You rely on reports. You know it better, honorable member. Now we've done this, we've developed a system, it's responsive, and you get happy, you go and announce. Only to discover that that is not happening on the ground, and you can only discover that when somebody else raises it, which is why I'm saying let's work together, keep on raising those things. We're not dying from them. They help us instead to check how we do things and try to tighten the system, including the monitoring that we have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, our doors remain open, and I said we're committed to ensuring that you get money. We are engaging with National Treasury on the 20 billion rands bounce back guarantee scheme. We're finalizing certain things in order to make sure that we can be able to provide funding. We are relaxing, we have relaxed actually, the requirements towards access to funding, but basic things have to be complied with because this is government money. This is why we're saying we are really investing more resources on reducing the red tapes, including the cost that goes with those, so that we can have ease of access to funding, and therefore we go and fight the battle in terms of the markets. As I say that, we are looking forward to your inputs in the NISET, which is our master plan that I spoke about. We're in a process of trying to incorporate CEDA and CIFA and CBDA to create a one-stop shop center so that you don't go around and say, hey, CEDA had approved my business plan, Mara CIFA is not giving me money, so that there's a system that talks to each other. What is it that we're prioritizing? Where do we have to offer business development support? And what is it that we are funding? We are in that process. Unfortunately, because it involves legislative review, it's not gonna happen over 6 months. It requires us to go to Parliament and undertake the process, but we are hoping that through engagements with Parliament and the parties that will be involved, they will understand the urgency of getting these legislative processes finalized on time so that we can have this body and be able to review the legislation on the Business Act. That must also give authority to the Office of the Ombuds that must make sure that those that fail to pay small businesses in 30 days can be penalized. Those that are bullying small businesses when they subcontract them to say, go and get material there because we have these long-term contracts and therefore our people end up just getting money for labor work, even though they are subcontracted, because the entire money goes to whoever, they're not left with anything, including those when we win back as we are working on the 30% to be brought back, because we're not going to apologize for that. Those that do not want to be transparent on the 30% that must be given to small businesses, because it has been happening, and we have to learn, colleagues, to be transparent that we have issued this tender, and then out of 100 million, these are the components of 30%, and we pay those small businesses directly because these big contractors of yours are cheating our small businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell you that the ANC government loves you so much until we meet again. Thank you so much.
I just want to make a quick announcement. Those that are attending the event tomorrow in Khayelitsha, the time has changed from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock starting time, just so that you know. Thanks, everyone.
I always wanted to be a songwriter.